What really happens when you stop thinking? Your mind is racing. You know the feeling. It's the same thoughts on a loop, a familiar soundtrack of worries, to-do lists, and conversations you wish you could have back. You try to think your way out of the noise, to organize the chaos, to find that one brilliant thought that will finally make it all stop. But it only gets louder. The harder you try, the faster the wheel spins. What if the solution isn't to think harder, but to stop thinking altogether? Welcome to the science for deep sleep. If this kind of calm exploration into the universe helps you unwind, consider liking the video and subscribing to the channel. And wherever you are right now, whether near an ocean, a forest, a city, or somewhere quiet in between, feel free to share where you're watching or listening from. What if that strange, empty silence you might be afraid of isn't a void, but a source of untapped power? What if that silence is the key to unlocking a mental superpower you never knew you had? A state where creativity flows instead of being forced, where clarity is your default setting, and where you finally, truly connect with the world. Let's journey into that quiet space and find out what really happens when you stop thinking. The tyranny of the overactive mind, the problem. To understand the freedom of mental silence, we have to get real about the prison we live in every day. The modern world is a constant assault on our attention. Notifications, deadlines, social pressures, an endless fire hose of information. It's no wonder our minds are always on high alert. But the real problem isn't the external noise. It's the internal chatter it creates, the non-stop monologue running our lives from behind the scenes. First, what do we even mean by thinking? Think of it as the constant electrical hum of your brain making sense of the world. It's a stream of impulses and signals that let you plan, remember, and solve problems. It's your brain doing its job. The issue is, you are not your thoughts, but it can feel like they are the very fabric of your reality. And for many of us, this essential tool has become a tyrant. We get stuck in patterns of overthinking that drain our energy and steal our peace. First up is the most common pattern, the worry loop, asterisk. This is your mind acting like a broken record, replaying the same anxious thoughts. Did I lock the door? What if my presentation bombs? What if I get sick? These thoughts don't exist to solve a problem. They just loop, carving a deeper neural groove each time and making the worry more automatic. It's a state of low-grade panic that keeps our bodies flooded with stress hormones like cortisol. And this isn't just a feeling, it's a physical state that can contribute to high blood pressure, heart disease, and a weaker immune system. Then there's its close cousin, analysis paralysis, asterisk. This is when you get so lost in thought, so overwhelmed by options, that you just freeze. You want to make the asterisk perfect choice, so you research, ruminate, and weigh every pro and con. But instead of clarity, you get a mental fog. You're so paralyzed by the sheer volume of information that opportunities pass you by. Life gets put on hold, all because you're trapped in a labyrinth of your own making, convinced that just one more thought asterisk will show you the way, when the thinking is the trap. And what about the past? We get stuck in asterisk regret replays, asterisk. This is the mind as a time machine that only travels to moments of failure or pain. You replay a conversation from 5 years ago, cringing at what you said. You obsess over a mistake from a previous job, feeling the shame like it happened yesterday. Your mind is trying to fix the past, an impossible task that only chains you to a history you can't change and stops you from seeing the opportunities right in front of you. Finally, there's the insidious whisper of asterisk imposter syndrome, asterisk. This is the thought pattern that convinces you, despite all evidence, that you are a fraud. You get a promotion, and a voice sneers, they're going to find out you have no idea what you're doing. This isn't humility. It's self-sabotage driven by a hypercritical mind. It discounts your wins and magnifies your flaws, creating a constant anxiety that you're about to be exposed. These patterns, worry, paralysis, regret, self-doubt, are not harmless habits. They are the bars of a cognitive cage. And the longer we stay inside, the more it feels like home. The hidden costs of a noisy mind: agitate. Living inside this mental cage comes with a price. One we often don't appreciate because it's the only reality we know. The constant hum of an overactive mind isn't just tiring, it actively degrades our lives in every way imaginable. Let's start with your asterisk health. A mind that never stops is a body that is never at rest. When you're caught in worry loops, your brain signals a threat, and your body activates its fight or flight response, flooding your system with cortisol. In short bursts, that's fine. But when your thoughts keep the alarm bells ringing 24/7, you're living in a state of chronic stress. This isn't just in your head, it's a cascade of physical damage. It can lead to high blood pressure and an increased risk of heart disease. Your sleep suffers because the mind won't power down, leaving you exhausted but wired, which only makes you more prone to negative thinking. Next, consider the impact on your asterisk relationships. When you're trapped in your head, you're not truly present with the people you care about. You might be in the room, but your mind is replaying a work meeting or worrying about a bill. Your partner is talking, but you only catch half of it. This creates a profound sense of disconnection. People feel unheard by you because, in a very real sense, they are. Worse, an overactive mind projects its own fears onto others. You misread a neutral comment as a criticism. You create entire stories about what other people are thinking, based on nothing but your own anxieties. Then there is your asterisk career and creativity. We're told to hustle, to innovate, to always be on. But what if that's completely backward? An overactive mind is the enemy of deep work. When your brain is cluttered with worries and distractions, you have no mental space for genuine insight. Your attention is fragmented. That's why you can sit at your desk for 8 hours, feel busy the whole time, and achieve nothing of substance. Researchers at Harvard found that the human mind wanders for nearly half of our waking hours, and when it does, we are measurably less happy and effective. True, aha. Moments don't happen when the mind is frantically searching for an answer. They happen in the spaces between thoughts. An overactive mind eliminates those spaces, leading to burnout and creative blocks. Perhaps the most tragic cost is the theft of your own asterisk life experience. Life is happening right here, right now. It's the feeling of the sun on your skin, the taste of coffee, the sound of a friend's laughter. But if you are lost in thought, you miss it. You aren't experiencing reality, you're experiencing your commentary about reality. You go for a walk in nature, but instead of seeing the trees, you're thinking about your to-do list. Life becomes a concept, not a reality. You become a spectator to your own existence, watching a movie of your life instead of actually living it. The gateway to silence, the solution. So, how do you escape? The answer is both profoundly simple and feels totally counterintuitive. You have to learn to stop thinking. Now, let's be clear. This isn't about achieving a completely blank mind or becoming a zombie. That's a common misconception that makes the whole idea feel impossible. Stopping thinking isn't about shutting your brain down. It's about changing your relationship to your thoughts. It's shifting from being a passenger swept away by the river of thought to being an observer sitting peacefully on the riverbank. It's about creating moments of asterisk mental silence. Mental silence is a state of alert, relaxed presence where the compulsive chatter subsides. Thoughts might still arise, but they don't have that gravitational pull. They float by like clouds, appearing and disappearing without hooking you into a story. You see them, you acknowledge them, and you let them go. This is the essence of what wisdom traditions have taught for centuries. You are not your thoughts. They are just events in your consciousness, and you have the power not to engage. At first, trying to find this silence feels weird. The hum of thought is so familiar that its absence is unsettling. When you first sit down and try to be quiet, your mind might actually get louder, like a toddler screaming for attention. This is boring. Think about that email. Worry about that bill. This initial noise is normal. It's the mind resisting a change in control. This isn't just a philosophical idea, it's grounded in real neuroscience. Your brain has different networks, including the default mode network, DMN. Think of the DMN as the brain's chatterbox. It's active when you're not focused on an external task, and it's the neurological home of daydreaming, ruminating, and worrying. In most people, the DMN is chronically overactive. When you practice creating mental silence, you're essentially learning to quiet the DMN. Studies on long-term meditators show they have decreased activity in this network, both during meditation and in daily life. This means they are no longer at the mercy of its compulsive chatter. As the DMN quiets down, your brain's electrical activity also shifts. The fast-paced, sometimes anxious thinking of your everyday mind is associated with beta waves. But as you relax, your brain produces more alpha waves. Alpha waves are the bridge between active thinking and deep relaxation. They are linked to the flow state athletes and artists describe, a state of being effortlessly absorbed in the present moment, where focus is high but strain is low. The practice of finding silence also strengthens your prefrontal cortex the part of your brain responsible for attention and emotional regulation. When you gently bring your focus back from a distracting thought to your breath, you are doing a bicep curl for your prefrontal cortex. You are training your ability to direct your own attention, rather than having it hijacked by every passing thought. The solution isn't to fight your thoughts. It's to practice a new way of being, allowing your brain's natural state of calm alertness to emerge. The superpower of a quiet mind, transformation. Once you regularly access this state of mental silence, something extraordinary happens. You don't just feel calmer. You start to unlock abilities that were buried under the noise. The silence isn't an empty void, it's a fertile ground for a new way of life. This is the superpower. Superpower number 1. Creativity unleashed. The first transformation is often an explosion of creativity. We usually think in a logical, linear way. What psychologists call convergent thinking to find a single, right, answer. An anxious mind is locked in this mode. But mental silence opens the door to divergent thinking a free-flowing, imaginative process where you generate multiple unique ideas. When the DMN is allowed to wander constructively instead of worrying compulsively, it starts making novel connections between seemingly unrelated ideas. This is why your best ideas often pop into your head in the shower or on a long walk, moments when your analytical mind finally relaxes. By creating space, you allow insight to emerge on its own. Stuck on a problem? Instead of thinking harder, try 10 minutes of intentional silence. You might be shocked when the solution appears effortlessly once you stop looking for it. Superpower number 2. Crystalline clarity and intuitive decision-making. How often do you make a big decision and then torture yourself with what ifs? A quiet mind leads to profound clarity. When you aren't being pulled in 1,000 directions by fears and opinions, you can finally hear your own inner wisdom. We often call this intuition or a gut feeling. Neurologically, this is your brain processing vast amounts of subconscious information and delivering the result as a clear yes or no. When your conscious mind is in overdrive, that subtle signal gets drowned out. In the silence, it becomes unmistakable. You can see a situation for what it is, not what your anxiety tells you it is. You stop overthinking and start knowing. Your choices feel less like agonizing gambles and more like confident, grounded steps forward. Superpower number 3. Emotional freedom and unshakable resilience. A noisy mind is an emotionally volatile one. Every thought carries an emotional charge, and when you're fused with your thoughts, you're on a constant emotional roller coaster. Mental silence cuts those strains. By observing your thoughts without judgment, You create a space between a thought and your reaction to it. You realize a thought is just a thought. It is not a command. It is not the truth. This is the key to emotional freedom. When a negative thought appears, I'm not good enough, you can simply notice it and let it pass without being consumed by it. This practice builds incredible resilience. Life will always have challenges. A quiet mind doesn't prevent them, but it changes your ability to navigate them. You feel the sting of a setback without adding a second layer of self-inflicted suffering, allowing you to respond with courage and wisdom. Superpower number 4. A deep and authentic connection to life. This may be the most profound transformation. When you're no longer lost in the labyrinth of your own mind, you finally arrive in the present moment. And the present moment is where life actually happens. You begin to experience the world directly, in high definition, without the dulling filter of mental commentary. Food has more flavor. Music has more depth. The colors of a sunset are more vibrant. You're not thinking about the experience, you're having the experience. This presence transforms your relationships. When you listen to someone, you're truly listening with your full attention. You connect on a much deeper, more human level. This is the ultimate gift of a quiet mind. It gives you back your life. It dissolves the barrier between you and reality, allowing you to participate fully in the unfolding mystery of each moment. We've journeyed from the noisy prison of the mind to the freedom of mental silence. We've seen how this silence is a source of creativity, clarity, and connection. So, how do you start? You don't need a mountaintop monastery. You can start right now. I challenge you to try this simple practice once a day for the next week. It's called the ***, 3-minute mindful pause, ***. Here's how to do it. 1. Set a timer for 3 minutes, ***. Find a comfortable place to sit. You can close your eyes or just lower your gaze. 2. For the first minute, just notice your thoughts, ***. Don't stop them, just watch them. See your mind as a thought-generating machine and simply observe it working. 3. For the second minute, shift your attention to the physical sensation of your breath, ***. Feel the air coming in and going out. Your mind will wander. That's not a failure, it's an opportunity. Each time you notice it drift, gently guide your attention back to your breath. That act of returning is the practice. 4. For the final minute, expand your awareness to your entire body, ***. Feel the contact with your chair, notice any sensations, and just be present with the physical reality of your body, sitting and breathing. When the timer goes off, notice how you feel. A little more space? A little more quiet? That's it. 3 minutes. This small, consistent act is how you begin to rewire your brain. The journey to a quieter mind isn't about achieving perfection, it's a journey of moments. It's the moment you choose to watch a thought instead of follow it. The silence you're looking for is already within you, buried beneath the noise. It is your natural state. Accessing it is the key to unlocking a life of greater creativity, peace, and joy. The superpower is waiting. All you have to do is get quiet enough to find it. If you made it this far, please subscribe for more journeys into the mind. And I have a question for you. What is the one thought pattern you'd most like to let go of? Share it in the comments below. Reading them helps us all realize we're not alone. Your brain secretly goes offline every hour. You're mid-sentence, the perfect word is right there on the tip of your tongue, and then, poof. It's gone. Your mind is a total blank. Or maybe you're driving a route you know like the back of your hand, and you suddenly arrive at your destination with zero memory of the last 5 miles. It's a weird, almost ghostly feeling. A momentary glitch in your personal operating system. You probably just shrug it off. A brief lapse in attention, a sign you're tired, or maybe just good old forgetfulness. We've all been there, and we all have a name for it. Zoning out, a brain fart, losing your train of thought. But what if I told you it's not a glitch? What if that sudden, baffling emptiness isn't just you not paying attention? What if, for a brief moment, your brain wasn't just quiet? What if it secretly went offline? New research has revealed something astonishing about these moments. Scientists are discovering that parts of your brain are intentionally and periodically shutting down, entering a state that looks remarkably like deep sleep, even while you are wide awake and walking around. This isn't a metaphor, it's a real neurological event. And it happens way more often than you could ever imagine. This is the story of what your brain is really doing when you think you're doing nothing at all. That sudden moment your mind goes completely empty isn't just a mental hiccup. It's not you being forgetful or unfocused. Scientists now call it mind blanking, and they've found it's a distinct conscious state where your thoughts literally just stop. For years, the idea was that our minds are a constant, unstoppable stream of thoughts, a river of consciousness that never stops flowing. Well, that's turning out to be wrong. For a surprising amount of your waking hours, your mind might not be wandering, it might be temporarily switched off. Researchers have recently shown that during these blanks, certain brain regions aren't just quiet, they briefly slip into a sleep-like state. Your brain, without your permission, is taking tiny, localized naps while your eyes are still open. What you feel as a blank is actually your brain hitting a secret pause button. Stay with me, because understanding this will change how you think about focus, daydreaming, and even consciousness itself. The universal glitch. A deep dive into the blank. Let's be real. The experience is universal, but it's also personal and, let's face it, a little embarrassing. Picture this. You're in a huge job interview. You've prepped for days. You're answering a question, connecting all your experience to the role, and you are absolutely crushing it. The words are flowing, you feel confident, sharp. And then, mid-sentence, the well runs dry. It's not that you forgot a word. It's that the entire thought you were building has just evaporated. A curtain has fallen inside your mind. You can feel the awkward silence stretching. Your heart starts pounding. You try to grab the thread of your thought, but there's nothing there. Just a void. You might stammer, force a nervous laugh, and say, "Sorry, I lost my train of thought." But that phrase doesn't do justice to the sheer, baffling emptiness of that moment. It wasn't a train that got derailed, it was as if the entire railroad just vanished. Or think about a more common scenario. You're reading a book. You get a few paragraphs down the page and realize you haven't absorbed a single word. Your eyes scanned the lines, but your mind was, where? You try to remember what you just read, but it's a blank slate. You weren't thinking about something else, like what's for dinner or a conversation from yesterday. If you were, you'd remember the daydream. No, this is different. This is the absence of thought itself. A genuine blank. This phenomenon, which neuroscientists now formally call mind blanking, is basically a waking state where you can't report any mental content. It's not just your attention slipping, it's a temporary stop to the inner monologue, the mental images, the constant chatter that normally fills our heads. It happens when you're driving, listening to a lecture, or when a friend is telling you a story. You're awake, you're functioning, but for a few seconds, the conscious experience of thought has been suspended. For years, we've just lumped this in with daydreaming. But science is now making a crucial distinction. Daydreaming, or mind wandering, is an incredibly active state. It's when your mind goes elsewhere. Mind blanking is when your mind goes nowhere. And the neurological evidence for this is staggering. While you stand there, staring blankly, your brain isn't just idling. It's undergoing a profound, measurable shift in electrical activity that is much more like sleep than wakefulness. This isn't just a feeling, it's a physiological event that points to a fundamental, and previously overlooked, feature of the human brain. Deconstructing the myth. What we thought was happening. For as long as we've experienced these mental voids, we've tried to explain them away with simple, intuitive, and, as it turns out, mostly wrong ideas. Our explanations were based on what it felt like, not what was actually going on inside our skulls. The most common culprit we blame is simple forgetfulness. When you can't recall a name, It feels similar to when a thought vanishes mid-sentence, so we lump them together. It's a memory lapse, we tell ourselves. But scientists now say this is a big misunderstanding. A memory lapse is a failure to retrieve specific information. The info is stored somewhere, but you can't find the file path. Think of a librarian who can't find a specific book. Mind blanking, on the other hand, is like the library itself momentarily closing. It's not a failure to find the thought, it's the thought-generating process itself stopping. As one leading researcher, Thomas Andrelon, puts it, people experiencing a mind blank don't feel like, oh, I forgot something. It's just nothing. Another common excuse is a lack of focus. This is getting warmer, but still misses the mark. We imagine our attention as a spotlight. When our mind blanks, we assume we just let the spotlight dim or wander off. But again, this confuses mind blanking with mind wandering. When your attention wanders, the spotlight simply moves to a different stage, from the external world to your internal world of daydreams. And that internal world is incredibly active. Mind blanking is when the spotlight itself flickers off. For those of a certain age, the senior moment becomes the go-to explanation. We tie these mental gaps to aging, a sign that our cognitive machinery is wearing down. And while some brain functions can decline with age, mind blanking happens to everyone, at every age. In fact, studies show it can be especially frequent in people with ADHD, suggesting it's tied more to how the brain regulates itself than to age. Perhaps the most common belief is that a blank mind is a quiet, peaceful mind, the kind of no-thought state meditators work towards. But the research paints a very different picture. The brain isn't serene during a mind blank, it's disrupted. Asking someone in a brain scanner to think of nothing actually causes a spike in activity. It takes effort to suppress thoughts. A true, spontaneous mind blank isn't peaceful emptiness. It's a state marked by low arousal, slower reaction times, and more errors. It feels like nothing, but your brain is actually showing a synchronized pattern of inactivity that is anything but peaceful. It's a state of neurological disarray. Our old explanations were the best guesses we had, but they were all based on the assumption that being awake means constantly thinking. Science is now telling us that's just not true. The brain's hidden default, your inner workshop. To really get what happens when your brain goes offline, we first need to understand what it's doing the rest of the time it's not focused on something. For decades, neuroscientists figured the brain was like a muscle. When you use it, it activates. When you rest, it powers down. Seemed obvious. Solving a math problem? Brain is working hard. Staring at a wall? Brain is resting. But in the 90s and early 2000s, a neurologist named Marcus Reichel and his team stumbled onto something that turned that idea on its head. They were using brain scans to observe activity, comparing the brain at rest to the brain during a mental task. The goal was to see what lit up by subtracting the rest activity from the task activity. But they kept finding something weird. Consistently, a specific network of brain regions did the exact opposite of what they expected. Instead of activating during the task, these areas became less active. It was as if these parts of the brain were buzzing with activity during rest, and then quieted down the moment the person had a job to do. This was a massive discovery. The brain's rest state wasn't restful at all. Reichel called this network the default mode network or DMN. And this baseline activity wasn't just background noise. It consumes a staggering amount of the brain's energy budget. So what is this inner workshop doing when you're not doing anything? The DMN is your brain's inward-facing self. It's a collection of brain areas that work together to handle your internal world. When you stop paying attention to what's outside, the DMN kicks into high gear. This is the hardware that powers mind wandering and daydreaming. It's responsible for thinking about the past and imagining the future. When you lie in bed and replay a conversation from earlier, that's your DMN. When you sit on the bus and plan out your weekend, that's your DMN. It's essential for self-reflection, thinking about who you are and your place in the world. It's also how we imagine the perspectives of other people. Think of the DMN as your brain's internal simulation engine. It lets us mentally rehearse scenarios, learn from past mistakes, and navigate our social lives. It's an incredible evolutionary advantage. When your mind wanders, you're not just being lazy. Your brain is running important maintenance and simulation programs. This is the state your brain is in for a huge chunk of your day. It's a constant stream of thoughts, memories, and projections. For a long time, scientists thought this was the only alternative to focused attention. You were either on task or your mind was wandering. The idea that there could be a third state, a state of no thoughts, wasn't really on the table. The DMN proved the resting brain is a busy brain. But the latest research is now showing that sometimes even this busy, default workshop can mysteriously fall silent. The offline state, a groundbreaking discovery. The story of this discovery begins, appropriately enough, with boredom. At the Paris Brain Institute, researchers led by Thomas Andrelon had volunteers perform incredibly dull tasks for long periods. Every so often, they'd interrupt the participants and ask, "What was just going through your mind?" The participants gave three main answers. Sometimes they were on task. Sometimes their minds were wandering, thinking about lunch or a movie. But sometimes they gave a third, more puzzling answer. They said they were thinking of nothing. Their mind was a complete blank. This wasn't new. What was new was the technology watching the brain during these reports. Using high-density EEG, which measures the brain's electrical activity with pinpoint precision, the scientists could see exactly what the brain was doing in the moments before that nothing report. And what they saw was shocking. During the mind blank, the brain wasn't just quiet. It was showing a distinct and unusual pattern. The brainwaves slowed down, and huge areas of the brain started firing in a synchronized pattern. This pattern of slow, synchronized waves is not something you see in a normal, awake brain. It's the hallmark of deep sleep. It was as if large portions of the brain had collectively decided to go to sleep, even though the person was awake with their eyes open. The researchers dubbed this phenomenon ***, local sleep, ***. It's a revolutionary idea. We've always thought of sleep as an all-or-nothing deal for the whole brain, but it can actually happen in a localized way. Specific groups of neurons can go offline and take a micro-nap while the rest of the brain carries on. As neuroscientist Giulio Tononi had found in earlier studies on rats, when these local sleep episodes happen, the animal appears awake, but it starts to make mistakes. This is exactly what the Paris team saw in their human subjects. The moments of mind blanking, which correlated with these sleep-like brainwaves, were also the moments when participants' reaction times tanked and they made more errors. It was a direct, measurable link between the subjective feeling of a blank mind and a real, physiological event. Parts of the brain were briefly going offline. This was not mind wandering. In fact, the brain signature was the polar opposite. When the mind wanders, powered by the DMN, the brain is a flurry of complex activity. During the mind blank, that communication breaks down. The networks become hyper-synchronized, a pattern that disrupts the processing required for conscious thought. It's as if the orchestra of the brain, instead of playing a complex symphony, suddenly has all its members playing the exact same, slow note. The music of consciousness just stops. This research provided the first hard evidence that mind blanking isn't an illusion or a memory failure. It's a genuine mental state with a clear neural basis. It is a true interruption in the stream of thought. Your brain isn't just taking a break, it's secretly napping on the job. Mind wandering versus mind blanking, the critical difference. To really get how important this discovery is, we have to draw a bright line between mind wandering and mind blanking. On the surface, they feel similar. In both cases, your attention isn't on the present moment. But under the hood, your brain is doing two completely different, almost opposite, things. Think of your brain's attention system like a company's internal communications. Mind wandering is the internal memo, asterisk. This is when the default mode network is running the show. The company isn't focused on an external client, a task, but is instead circulating information internally. Your brain is actively engaged in processing its own stuff. It's remembering, planning, or worrying. This is a highly active, creative, and energy-hungry process. Your mind has gone elsewhere. The lights are on, and someone is definitely home. They're just in the back office, brainstorming. Mind blanking is the server crash, asterisk. This is that newfound, offline, state. It's not an internal memo, it's a sudden, system-wide network outage. Communication doesn't just change focus, it stops. The telltale sign is what researchers call global, synchronized activity. Instead of the complex chatter of a functioning office, all the computers suddenly display the same frozen blue screen. This synchronization is too simple, too rigid to support conscious thought. Looking at the brain regions involved gives us more clues. During mind blanking, key areas associated with inner thought go quiet. One is the part of your brain linked to your inner speech. When this area goes quiet, the voice in your head that's narrating your life literally switches off. Another is the hippocampus, which is critical for memory. When the hippocampus deactivates, the brain's ability to pull up spontaneous thoughts or memories is kneecapped. So, during the mind blank, the part of your brain that talks to you goes silent, and the part that serves up memories stops serving. The result? Nothing. A complete absence of reportable content. Your mind has gone nowhere. The behavioral evidence lines up perfectly. During mind wandering, people can still be quick to respond. But during mind blanking, reaction times consistently slow down, and error rates shoot up. You are, in a very real sense, less capable during a mind blank. You're drowsier, more sluggish, and more mistake-prone. So, the next time you zone out, ask yourself when you come back, was I thinking about something else? If the answer is yes, your mind was wandering. But if the answer is a confused, I don't know, I wasn't thinking about anything, then you've just experienced a mind blank. Your brain wasn't wandering, it was rebooting. Why does the brain go offline? A bug or a feature? So, if our brains periodically and partially go to sleep while we're awake, the billion-dollar question is, why? Is this a design flaw, a bug, in our mental software? Or is it a feature, a built-in mechanism that serves some hidden, vital purpose? The science is still young, but researchers have some fascinating theories. One of the leading ideas is that local sleep is a form of asterisk neural housekeeping. Think of your neurons like tiny, hardworking employees. When a specific brain region is used intensely for a long time, like the parts responsible for attention during a boring task, those neurons get tired. They build up metabolic waste. According to this theory, mind blanking is the brain's way of giving these overworked neurons a micro break. By slipping into a brief, sleep-like state, the affected brain region gets a chance to perform crucial maintenance, like a miniature version of what happens during a full night's sleep when the brain clears away toxins. That blank moment isn't a failure, it's a necessary power down for a quick cleanup. It's not the system crashing, it's the IT department running a quick diagnostic. Another theory is all about asterisk energy conservation. The brain is a greedy organ, burning about 20% of your body's energy. Complex thinking is expensive. Local sleep might be an energy-saving strategy. If a task doesn't require every single brain region, putting some into a low-power, sleep mode could be an efficient way to save resources. The mind blank is just the feeling of that module powering down. A third idea is that mind blanking is a byproduct of our brain's asterisk arousal system. Asterisk. The brain has to constantly balance being alert enough to deal with the world and calm enough to think and rest. Mind blanking seems to happen when this system gets pushed to its extremes. When you're very tired or doing something incredibly monotonous, your arousal is low. The sleep pressure builds up, and parts of the brain essentially give in for a moment. This is why you zone out more when you're sleepy. But, interestingly, it can also happen in states of very high arousal. Think of the intense anxiety of public speaking. This can lead to thoughts that are so fast and jumbled they become impossible to process, resulting in a feeling of blankness. The system is so overactivated that it shorts out. So, whether the brain is understimulated or overstimulated, the result can be the same: a temporary shutdown of conscious thought. So, bug or feature? The answer is probably both. It's a feature because it's likely a necessary process for brain health. But it becomes a bug when it happens at the wrong time, in the middle of a job interview, during an exam, or while you're driving. It's a fundamental mechanism that's incredibly useful, right up until the moment it's not. We've all felt that mental server crash, that moment the screen just goes blank. It's a strange and universal human experience. I'm really curious to know when it happens to you the most. Is it during long meetings? While you're reading? Or maybe when you're just trying to relax? Drop a comment below and share your story. It's fascinating to see the common triggers, and by sharing, we can all get a better handle on this bizarre and hidden part of our lives. When the offline switch gets stuck. For most of us, mind blanking is a fleeting and harmless thing. A momentary glitch we recover from in seconds. But what happens when this becomes a chronic problem? When the brain's offline switch gets stuck or becomes hyperactive? It turns out that disruptions in the brain's background activity are closely linked to several neurological and psychiatric conditions. Let's start with ADHD. For a long time, ADHD was seen as a problem of an overactive default mode network, an inability to stop the mind from wandering, making it hard to stay on task. The internal chatter is just too loud. But newer studies show that mind blanking, the complete stop of thought, is also reported more frequently by people with ADHD. This suggests ADHD isn't just about an overactive mind, but a broader issue of regulating attention. The brain struggles to stay in a stable state, swinging between a distractible, wandering mind and a completely blank, offline mind. As researchers point out, there's a crucial link to sleep. Many people with ADHD also have sleep disorders, and that sleep pressure could be intruding into their waking hours, causing more frequent local sleep events. Now think about anxiety and depression. The default mode network is often involved here, too, but in a different way. In a depressed or anxious brain, the DMN's self-reflection can turn into toxic rumination. The network hijacks the mind to endlessly chew on past failures and future worries, becoming an echo chamber of negativity. Mind blanking also plays a role. Mind going blank is actually listed as a clinical symptom of generalized anxiety disorder. In this case, it's often caused by that high arousal mechanism. The brain is so overloaded with worry that the cognitive systems for coherent thought just shut down. The implications even extend to neurodegenerative diseases like Alzheimer's. Researchers have found that the earliest damage associated with Alzheimer's often appears in the main hubs of the default mode network. One theory is that because the DMN is one of the most consistently active and energy-hungry networks, it's more vulnerable to the metabolic stress that leads to the disease. By studying these cases where the brain's resting and offline states go wrong, scientists can learn more about how they're supposed to work. It shows that the ability to smoothly shift between focusing on the world, productively wandering inward, and even momentarily blanking out is a delicate dance. When that dance is disrupted, it can have huge consequences for our mental health. Can you control it? Working with your brain's tides. So, if our brains are programmed to do this, are we just along for the ride, or can we actually grab the steering wheel? Can you control when your mind goes offline? The answer isn't a simple yes or no. You probably can't get rid of mind blanking entirely, and you might not want to, given its role in brain maintenance. But you can definitely influence how often it happens. The key is not to fight your brain's nature, but to work with its tides of attention. One of the most powerful tools is simply being aware of your own mental state. Research shows that people often don't even realize their mind has blanked until they're prompted. The first step is to get better at noticing it. By practicing a bit of self-awareness, you can start to recognize the subtle cues that come before a mind blank. A feeling of sluggishness, a slight drowsiness, or your focus starting to fray. When you notice these signs, you can be proactive. If your mind is blanking because of low arousal, boredom, or fatigue, the solution is to change your state. Introduce novelty. In a long, boring meeting? Do something to gently stimulate your brain. Take notes with a different colored pen. Shift your posture. Actively focus on the speaker's gestures. These tiny changes can provide enough new input to pull your brain out of that dip. Take strategic breaks. Your brain can only sustain intense focus for so long. Techniques like the Pomodoro method, working in focused 25-minute sprints with short breaks, work because they respect the brain's natural rhythm. The break isn't a reward, it's a necessary reset. Manage sleep pressure. This is the big one. If you're chronically sleep deprived, your brain will try to catch up on sleep wherever it can, leading to more mind blanks. Prioritizing a full night's sleep is the single most effective thing you can do. If your mind is blanking due to high arousal, stress, or anxiety, the approach is the opposite. You need to calm the system. Mindfulness and meditation. This is a direct intervention. Mindfulness trains you to observe your thoughts without getting swept away by them, which can stop the runaway train of anxiety that leads to a blank. It's a controlled, intentional process, totally different from the disruptive nature of a stress-induced blank. Breathing techniques. When you feel that sense of overwhelm, simple breathing exercises can be incredibly effective. Slow, deep breaths activate the part of your nervous system that acts as a brake on the body's stress response. This can lower your arousal level from the red zone back into a more functional state. You can't force your brain to stay online with sheer willpower. Trying to just focus harder when your brain is sliding into local sleep is like yelling at a computer with a low battery to work faster. It doesn't work, and it's frustrating. The smarter approach is to recognize what your brain is telling you it needs, either more stimulation or less, and give it the right input to get back on track. Conclusion: the journey into the blank spaces of our minds reveals a truth that is both strange and fascinating. That moment of absolute mental nothingness, the one we've always dismissed as a simple brain fart, is nothing of the sort. It's a window into a secret life of the brain. We've learned that our brain operates in distinct, competing modes. There's the focused mind, the wandering mind, and now, we know there is a third state: the offline mind. This is mind blanking, where parts of our brain take unauthorized micronaps. This local sleep isn't a sign of weakness, it's a fundamental, physiological process. It's likely your brain's attempt to rest, restore, and save energy. It's a feature, not just a bug. Understanding this can reframe your whole relationship with your own mind. The next time you lose your train of thought, you don't have to feel frustrated or foolish. You can recognize it for what it is: a biological signal. Your brain is communicating with you. It might be telling you it's tired, understimulated, or overwhelmed. Your mind doesn't go blank because you are unprepared or unintelligent. It goes blank because it's a complex biological machine, constantly managing its own needs. So, the next time you find yourself staring into that momentary void, just take a breath. It's not a glitch in the system. It's just your brain, secretly and expertly, going offline. The secret brain state between thought and silence. Have you ever been on the very edge of sleep, not quite awake, but not yet dreaming? In that quiet moment, just before the world fades, your thoughts can begin to dissolve. Your mind enters a hidden state, a silent, conscious calm that most of us experience every single night, yet almost no one ever notices. This is not just an absence of thought. It is a profound shift in your brain's activity, a secret state between thought and silence. And understanding it can change the way you see your own mind. Tonight, we are not just talking about sleep. We are venturing into the borderlands of consciousness itself. We will journey into that delicate, fleeting moment of transition, a neurological twilight known as hypnagogia. We're going to explore what is happening inside your head when the chatter of your mind finally begins to fade, giving way to a strange and powerful quiet. This isn't an empty void. It is a space rich with potential, a state where creativity can spark and the brain begins its most important work. So, wherever you are right now, get comfortable, quiet your surroundings, and let's explore the forgotten moment that lies between your last conscious thought and the world of dreams. The universal experience of the fade. For most of us, falling asleep feels like a switch being flipped. One moment we are here, thinking about tomorrow or replaying a conversation from the afternoon, and the next, we are gone, lost to the world until the morning. But it's not a switch. It's a slow, gentle descent. A process so subtle and so universal that we've learned to ignore it entirely. Think back to last night. As you lay in the dark, did you notice the moment your thoughts stopped being coherent sentences and started to fray at the edges? Did you perceive how they became less like a narrator in your head and more like distant echoes, fragments of images, or nonsensical words? This is the experience we are talking about. It feels like sinking, like dissolving. It is the firm ground of your waking mind giving way to something softer, more fluid. This state isn't confined to the moments just before sleep. It finds us in other quiet times, too. Have you ever been driving a familiar route, your body navigating the turns perfectly, only to arrive with little memory of the journey? Your body was on autopilot, but where was your mind? It wasn't necessarily lost in a daydream. For moments within that drive, it may have simply been blank. Quiet, present, but without content. This is a cousin to the pre-sleep fade. Or consider a simpler moment. Staring blankly, not thinking, not worrying, just being. Then, with a gentle jolt, you come back to yourself, realizing several seconds have passed where your mind was, for all intents and purposes, silent. In our hyper-stimulated world, these moments of pure mental quietude are becoming increasingly rare, and therefore, increasingly precious. The formal term for this is hypnagogia. It is a well-documented phase of consciousness, yet it remains one of the most personal and least discussed parts of our shared human experience. It's a state where our senses quiet down, but the mind remains partially aware. It's in this space that many people report seeing fleeting colors, patterns, or hearing sounds that aren't there. What are known as hypnagogic hallucinations. Many of us experience these, though they are often so brief, we forget them by morning. But beyond those vivid experiences lies the subtler phenomenon we are exploring tonight. The simple fading of thought itself. It's the feeling of your inner monologue, that constant companion, finally running out of words. The voice gets slower, the sentences break apart, and what's left is not an anxious silence, but a deep, peaceful calm. When was the last time you consciously noticed this happening? For many, the answer is never. We are so conditioned to associate our existence with the stream of thoughts in our head that the moment they disappear can feel like a brief non-existence we rush past. We treat it like the silence between two notes, overlooking the space that gives the music its shape. But what if we were to pay attention? What if, tonight, as you drift off, you simply watched as your thoughts began to thin out, like fog dissipating in the sun? You would be witnessing one of the most fundamental processes your brain performs each day. You would be stepping into that secret state, that silent, conscious calm. In the sections that follow, we will pull back the curtain on what is happening neurologically during these moments. We will discover that this silence is anything but empty. It is a dynamic and powerful brain state, a moment of profound recalibration that sets the stage for everything that follows in the night. Peeling back the layers, from thought to no thought. To understand the fade into silence, we first need to appreciate what it is that's fading. Our waking mind is a relentless torrent of activity, a phenomenon often called the stream of consciousness. This internal monologue plans, judges, worries, and replays. It is a whirlwind of mental events. Recent neuroscience has given us a fascinating way to visualize this. Researchers can now identify what they call thought worms. Using brain imaging, they've observed that a single, coherent thought corresponds to a specific pattern of brain activity. As one thought ends and another begins, this pattern shifts. These worms are the building blocks of our mental stream. Our day is filled with thousands of these distinct neural patterns firing, dissolving, and reforming from morning until night. For most of our waking life, the transition from one thought to the next is so rapid it feels seamless. But as we approach the threshold of sleep, something changes. The pace slackens. The crisp edges of our thoughts begin to soften. The transition is no longer a sharp cut, but a slow dissolve. And it's in the space between those fading thoughts that our secret state begins to emerge. This is where we encounter a distinct neurological event known as mind blanking. For a long time, scientists tended to group this with a more familiar concept, mind wandering. But they are, in fact, fundamentally different. Mind wandering is the brain's default mode. When your mind drifts during a boring meeting, you're usually mind wandering. Your thoughts hop from a memory to a grocery list to a worry about a future event. This is the work of a set of brain regions called the default mode network, or DMN. The DMN is essentially the brain's storyteller. When it's active, your brain is anything but quiet, it's just focused on its own internal world. Mind blanking, on the other hand, is a true pause. It is the experience of thinking of nothing. It's not a failure of cognition, but a unique mental state where the stream of mental content genuinely stops. During mind blanking, brain imaging shows something remarkable. Activity in the default mode network decreases. It's as if the brain's storyteller has momentarily gone off stage. It's a bit like a movie projector. Mind wandering is when the film is running, but the scenes are a jumble of different movies. The DMN is the projectionist, actively switching between reels. Mind blanking, however, is the moment the projector's light flickers. The image on the screen vanishes. The story halts. For a brief second, all you perceive is the blank screen and the low, steady hum of the machine. There is no content, no narrative, just a momentary, peaceful emptiness before the next reel begins. This is what happens as we drift towards sleep. Our state of arousal lowers, making mind blanking more likely. The brain begins to prioritize rest over cognition. The silence that you feel is a direct reflection of this neural downshifting. The thought worms are not just disappearing. The very machinery that creates them is powering down. So, the next time you feel your mind go quiet, know that you are not simply zoning out. You are experiencing a distinct and documented neurological state. You are witnessing the quieting of your default mode network. You are on the threshold, in a state of pure being without the usual commentary. This is the antechamber to sleep, a space defined not by what is present, but by what has gracefully fallen away. The symphony of brainwaves, the alpha to theta shift. To truly appreciate the transformation happening in your mind, we need to listen to the brain's own internal music. Neurons communicate through tiny electrical bursts, and when millions of them fire in sync, they produce rhythmic pulses known as brainwaves. Imagine your brain's electrical activity as a grand orchestra. Each family of brainwaves represents a different section of instruments, and the dominant section at any moment determines your mental state. During most of your busy, active day, your brain is dominated by asterisk beta waves. These are fast, small waves. In our orchestra, beta is the chattering, energetic string section. It's the sound of alertness, active problem-solving, and focused concentration. It's a necessary rhythm, but too much of it can feel like a frantic, noisy cacophony, leading to stress. Now, imagine the day is done. You've put down your phone and you allow yourself to relax. You close your eyes. In this moment, the orchestra begins to change its tune. The frenetic string section softens, and a new, more melodious section takes the lead, the woodwinds. This is the emergence of asterisk alpha waves. Alpha waves are slower and more rhythmic. They are the signature of a state of calm, restful alertness. When you are daydreaming, meditating, or simply sitting quietly with your eyes closed, you are in an alpha state. The music is more reflective, creative, and peaceful. Alpha is the bridge between the external world and your internal landscape. It's the gateway, but the most profound transition is yet to come. This is the threshold we are here to explore. As you drift even deeper, on the very cusp of sleep, the orchestra undergoes its most significant shift. The woodwinds fade, and the deep, resonant, hypnotic tones of the cellos and basses take over. This is the sound of asterisk theta waves. Theta waves are slower still. They are the rhythm of the in-between states, light sleep, deep meditation, and that magical, drowsy state of hypnagogia. As alpha waves give way to ripples of slower theta waves, you have officially crossed the threshold. This is the neurological signature of your thoughts dissolving. This alpha to theta transition isn't just a change in speed, it represents a fundamental reorganization. Scientists have observed a fascinating phenomenon called local sleep, where specific regions of the brain appear to fall asleep before others. It's as if the members of the orchestra are not all putting down their instruments at once. First, the narrators and the librarians of the brain, the parts responsible for inner speech and detailed memories, begin to pack up. This is why your thoughts lose their linguistic structure and become more fragmented and pictorial. The internal monologue ceases because the part of your brain that produces it is one of the first to go offline. Simultaneously, the brain's overall pattern of connectivity changes. During the active beta state, connectivity is organized into distinct networks. But as theta waves emerge, this clear organization is disrupted. The strict divisions between the orchestra's sections begin to blur. It's like a soft, resonant hum that washes over everything, making it difficult for focused, sequential thought to continue. Instead of a clear melody, there is a harmonious, all-encompassing chord. This is the state of silent, conscious calm. It feels silent because the parts of your brain that speak have gone quiet. It feels calm because the fast beta rhythms have been replaced by the slow pulse of theta. And it feels conscious because you have not yet fully succumbed to sleep. You are a listener in a concert hall, after the symphony has ended, but before the final curtain has fallen, basking in the resonant echo that hangs in the air. The body's role, listening to your inner rhythm. The journey into this silent state is not a purely mental event. It is a dance between the mind and the body. While your brain waves are slowing, your physical self is sending powerful signals that both reflect and deepen this transition. The fading of thought is intimately connected to the rising awareness of your own body. The most obvious change is in your breath and heart rate. As you relax, your breathing naturally becomes slower and deeper. Your heart begins to beat more gently. These are functions of the body's rest and digest system taking over from the fight or flight system that dominates our stressful days. But the connection goes deeper. Your brain is not a passive observer, it is in constant communication with your heart. Neuroscientists can measure this conversation through what they call heart-evoked potentials, or HEPs. And HEP is a tiny spike in your brain's electrical activity that is perfectly time-locked to your heartbeat. It is, in essence, the brain's response to hearing the heart signal, a direct marker of the brain's perception of the body's internal state. As external stimuli fade and your mind goes quiet, your attention naturally turns inward. You stop thinking and you start feeling. For the first time all day, you might actually notice the subtle sensation of your chest gently rising and falling. You might feel the steady thump of your heart inside your chest. This heightened bodily awareness is not a distraction from the quiet, it is a fundamental part of it. The gentle, rhythmic signals from your slowing heart and deepening breath help pull your brain out of its wandering, thought-filled state and ground it in the present, physical moment. This process can create a powerful feedback loop. As you relax, your heart and breath slow down. As they slow, your quieted mind is more able to perceive them. This perception, this turning inward, can reinforce the brain's state of calm, which in turn allows the body to relax even further. It is a beautiful, self-reinforcing cycle of tranquility. This explains the profound physical sensations that so often accompany this state. The feeling of sinking is the sensation of your muscles fully letting go. The feeling of warmth is the result of blood vessels dilating. The sense of your body feeling heavy is a prelude to the muscle paralysis of sleep, but in this threshold state, you are still aware enough to perceive it. So, the silent calm is not an empty void. It is filled with the subtle, powerful music of your own physiology. It's the slow rhythm of your breath, the steady beat of your heart. The silence of thought allows the voice of the body to be heard. When you lie on the edge of sleep, you are not just a mind that is shutting down. You are an organism finding its way back to equilibrium. You are witnessing the moment when the frantic dialogue in your head finally ceases, allowing you to listen to the quiet, life-sustaining wisdom of your own heartbeat. Why this state matters: the power of the pause. This in-between state, this quiet harbor between wakefulness and sleep, is far more than a neurological curiosity. It is a workshop for the mind where creativity is sparked, memories are prepared for storage, and the brain itself is recalibrated. Understanding the power of this pause moves it from a fleeting moment to a vital phase of our mental life. Perhaps the most celebrated function of this state, hypnagogia, is its role as a wellspring of creativity. Throughout history, some of the world's greatest minds have learned to tap into this thought fade to solve problems. The inventor Thomas Edison, for instance, would sit in a chair holding a steel ball in his hand over a metal plate. As he would drift into the hypnagogic state, his muscles would relax, the ball would drop with a clang, and he would jolt awake, often with a solution fresh in his mind. This isn't just folklore. A 2021 study in Science Advances found that this state appears to be a neurological sweet spot. Participants were given a math problem with a hidden, simple shortcut. Those who were allowed to drift into the first stage of sleep, N1, the theta wave dominant state of hypnagogia, were nearly 3 times more likely to discover the shortcut than those who remained fully awake or fell into a deeper sleep. In this state, the rigid, logical constraints of the waking mind are loosened, but the full unconsciousness of deep sleep has not yet taken over, allowing for novel connections and aha moments to emerge. Beyond flashes of creative genius, this state is the gateway to one of sleep's most vital functions: memory consolidation. As we've learned, the hippocampus, our brain's memory manager, is one of the first areas to go quiet. This isn't a sign of it being lazy, it's preparing for its night's work. During this pre-sleep phase, the brain begins to prepare for the process where important memories from the day are replayed and transferred for long-term storage. The silence creates the necessary space for the brain to begin sorting the signal from the noise. Furthermore, the pause itself is an act of restoration. The mind blanking that occurs in this state is not a bug, it's a feature. It is a moment of cognitive respite where neural circuits can stabilize. The silence between thoughts may be where the brain refines its own wiring, making learning and adaptation possible. Finally, by simply becoming aware of this state, we can cultivate a deeper sense of calm. Intentionally focusing on this transition, as practiced in many forms of mindfulness, can be a powerful tool for quieting a racing mind. By gently noticing the fade of our thoughts without judgment, we learn that we are not our thoughts. We are the consciousness that is aware of them, and we can also be aware of their absence. This realization, in itself, is a profound form of mental freedom. If this calm exploration of the mind's quiet frontier has helped you unwind, consider liking the video. It helps our small community of curious minds find each other. And for more quiet dives into science and the mysteries of consciousness, please consider subscribing to the channel. I'd genuinely love to hear about your own experiences with this state. Have you ever noticed your thoughts dissolving or seen images in that pre-sleep moment? Feel free to share your story in the comments below. There is something deeply human in wondering about these things together. Conclusion. Tonight, we have journeyed to a subtle, yet extraordinary place, the borderland between thought and silence. We began with a feeling each of us knows, that gentle drift on the edge of sleep. We've discovered that this is not a passive fading out, but an active neurological state known as hypnagogia. We've seen our mental world as a stream of thought worms, and we've seen how, in this state, they begin to dissolve into a genuine neurological pause, a moment of mind blanking, where the brain's storyteller finally exits the stage. We've listened to the symphony of our brainwaves, hearing the frantic beta rhythms give way to the calm pulse of alpha, and finally, to the deep, hypnotic hum of theta. This is the sound of your mind letting go. It is the music of local sleep, where parts of your brain gracefully go quiet, creating the silent, conscious calm that defines this threshold. And we have felt how this silence is echoed in the body. As our attention turns inward, we begin to hear the quiet rhythm of our own heart and breath, a feedback loop of profound tranquility. The silence isn't empty, it is filled with the feeling of being alive. This secret state is not a void. It is a fertile ground for creativity, a preparatory chamber for memory, and a moment of essential neural reset. It is a testament to the fact that even in its quietest moments, the brain is ceaselessly working. So, the next time you lay your head down and feel the world begin to fade, try not to rush past it. Linger there for a moment. Notice the texture of your thoughts as they soften. Feel the weight of your body, the rhythm of your breath. You are not disappearing. You are crossing a hidden threshold into a space of neurological peace. You are witnessing the beautiful process of your own mind letting go of the day, preparing to rebuild itself in the quiet mystery of the night. You are entering the secret state between thought and silence. Your brain on silence unlocks a secret power. You're driving home on a familiar road, the world outside just a blur. Your mind is a storm of replays from the day. That email you wish you'd worded differently, the argument you're still having in your head, the endless grocery list for a dinner you don't even want to cook. Your brain feels like a crowded room where everyone is shouting at once. It's loud, it's relentless, it's exhausting. We've gotten so used to this noise that we've started to fear its opposite. We get in the car and the first thing we do is turn on the radio. We wait for a coffee and fill the silence by scrolling through our phones. We have become allergic to silence, treating it like an emptiness to be filled at all costs. But then, something happens. For just a second, the noise stops. The thoughts vanish. You're not thinking about the past, not planning the future, not worrying about anything at all. Your mind is blank. It's a fleeting moment, a tiny gap in the non-stop monologue. Most of us just dismiss it, a simple blip in our train of thought. But what if I told you that moment wasn't an absence of something, but the asterisk presence of everything? What if that silence wasn't a void, but a gateway to a secret power hidden in your own mind? Most people are terrified of a quiet mind, But what if that very silence is the key to unlocking your true self? We're about to explore what happens in that precise moment when thought fades and a deeper awareness takes over, revealing a power you never knew you had. We'll look into the groundbreaking neuroscience that explains this phenomenon, step by step. We'll see what's happening in your brain when the internal chatter finally ceases, blending cutting-edge research with those strange, everyday lapses in thought. By the end of this journey, you'll understand that this silent awareness isn't just some leftover mental static. It is the steady, unwavering backdrop of your entire existence, and it shines brightest when your thoughts finally get out of the way. Stick with me, because you'll also get a simple, powerful way to tap into this state yourself and feel the profound shift it can create in your life. The Chatterbox Brain. Meet your default mode network. To understand the power of silence, we first have to understand the noise. That constant, buzzing, chaotic monologue in your head? It actually has a name. Neuroscientists call it the default mode network or DMN. The DMN is the part of your brain that's active when you're not focused on any specific, external task. It's what kicks in when you're daydreaming, mind-wandering, or just chilling out. Think of it as your brain's storyteller. Its main job is to weave narratives about your life, reflecting on the past, worrying about the future, and thinking about yourself in relation to others. It's the neurological basis of your self-referential thoughts, the very engine of your ego. This network, a collection of brain regions including the medial prefrontal cortex and posterior cingulate cortex, is basically a time machine. It pulls up memories, simulates future scenarios, and creates the ongoing soap opera of you. While this is incredibly useful for planning and learning from past mistakes, it's also the source of a whole lot of suffering. The DMN is where rumination lives. It's the part of your brain that gets stuck in loops, replaying embarrassing moments, nursing old grudges, and generating anxiety about things that haven't happened and may never happen. When the DMN is overactive, it can feel like being trapped in a room with a hypercritical, anxious narrator who never, ever shuts up. In neurotypical individuals, the DMN is supposed to quiet down when you need to focus on a task, handing over the controls to another system called the Task Positive Network, TPN. The TPN is your mission control, activating for goal-directed activities that require attention and problem-solving. These two networks are designed to work like a seesaw. When one is up, the other should be down. But for many of us, especially in our hyper-stimulated, chronically stressed world, that seesaw is broken. The DMN stays active even when we're trying to concentrate, creating a constant internal static that fragments our attention and drains our mental energy. This is the monkey mind that ancient contemplative traditions have talked about for centuries, the restless, chaotic, and seemingly uncontrollable nature of ordinary thought. Your brain's processing is also governed by two different ways of thinking. System 1 is fast, intuitive, and emotional, your gut reactions. System 2 is slower, more deliberate, and logical, your analytical mind. The DMN is the playground of System 1, constantly churning out automatic thoughts and emotional responses based on your past programming. This is the mental chatter that dominates our lives, the endless stream of judgments, worries, and stories that we mistake for who we are. It's a process that is inherently dualistic. It constantly frames the world as me versus the world, me versus my problems. This constant auditory overload, both internal and external, keeps our nervous system on high alert. Sound waves are converted into electrical signals that travel to the amygdala, the brain's emotional processing center, signaling our bodies to release stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline. This is your fight or flight response, and when it's constantly triggered by a noisy environment and an even noisier mind, it leads to chronic stress. This constant noise pollution has been linked to increased blood pressure, sleep loss, and heart disease. It physically and mentally wears you down, keeping you trapped in a cycle of reactivity and anxiety. We are so conditioned to this state that we barely notice it. It's just the background hum of our lives. But what if we could turn the volume down? What if we could hit pause on the chattering DMN? What happens in the brain when the noise finally stops? The answer is far more profound than you might imagine. The great pause, the science of mind blanking. Imagine staring at a blank wall, and suddenly, your mind is empty. Not daydreaming about your vacation, not worrying about a deadline, just nothing. No thoughts, no plans, no internal chatter. For a moment, the relentless stream of consciousness simply stops. This isn't a memory lapse or a sign that something's wrong. It's a scientifically recognized phenomenon called mind blanking. For a long time, neuroscience pretty much ignored these moments, assuming that the awake brain was always thinking. But groundbreaking new research is revealing that mind blanking is a distinct and vital mental state, with its own unique neural signature. Dr. Thomas Andrelon and his colleagues at the Paris Brain Institute have been at the forefront of this research. In their studies, they would give people a long, tedious task, like pressing a button for every number on a screen except the number 3. Periodically, they would interrupt the participants and ask, "What were you just thinking about?" The answers typically fell into 3 categories: being focused on the task, mind wandering, thinking about something unrelated, or mind blanking, the experience of having an empty mind. By using high-density electroencephalography, EEG, to record the brain's electrical activity, they discovered something astonishing. Mind blanking wasn't just a failure to recall a thought. It was a completely different neurophysiological state. During a mind blanking episode, the brain doesn't just go quiet. Instead, it enters a state of global hypersynchronization. This is a pattern of activity remarkably similar to what is seen during deep, slow-wave sleep. It's as if large networks of neurons across the brain momentarily stop their complex, chattering conversations and start firing together in a slow, powerful, unified rhythm. This synchronized wave disrupts the brain's normal conscious activity, effectively short-circuiting the stream of thoughts. Connectivity between distant brain regions decreases, and the processing of sensory information gets interrupted. Specifically, the researchers found that late visual processing, the stage thought to reflect the conscious registration of what we see, was largely absent during these blanks. In essence, during a mind blank, you have reduced access to sensory information from your environment. You are awake, but for a moment, you are not consciously processing anything. So, what's the point of this strange, sleep-like state invading our waking hours? The researchers speculate that mind blanking may act as a crucial, mini-reset, for the brain. Just as deep sleep is vital for clearing out metabolic waste and consolidating memories, these brief lapses into synchrony might serve a similar restorative function while we're awake. It's a way for the brain to cool down, to take a momentary break from the exhausting work of conscious processing, especially when we are fatigued or sleep-deprived. Think of it like a computer that's been running too many programs for too long. It gets hot, it slows down, and eventually, it needs a reboot. Mind blanking could be the brain's own biological reboot sequence. This state is far more common than you might think. Researchers estimate that we spend anywhere from 5% to 20% of our waking hours in a state of mind blanking. It happens when you're driving, reading a book and have to go back a page, or just staring into space. It's an experience that challenges the very idea that being awake means constantly thinking. It suggests that our stream of consciousness isn't a continuous, flowing river, but more like a mosaic of different mental states, with mind blanking being the genuine gaps between the tiles. It's an interruption in the stream of thought, a momentary pause where conscious content vanishes. This isn't daydreaming. Mind wandering has its own specific pattern of brain activity, with a highly active default mode network. Mind blanking is the opposite. It's marked by a reduction of that activity and a shift into a globally synchronized state. It's a true emptiness of mind. And it is in this very emptiness that something extraordinary is revealed. Because when the noise of thought stops, what is left? The silence isn't empty. It's filled with awareness itself. Beyond thought, the emergence of pure awareness. So, if thought can completely stop, as the science of mind blanking shows, does that mean you stop? Does your consciousness just blink out of existence for a moment? The answer, according to both ancient wisdom and an emerging view in neuroscience, is a resounding no. What happens is a profound shift in your experience. When the content of consciousness, your thoughts, stories, and worries, fades away, what remains is the asterisk context of consciousness. What remains is pure, unfiltered awareness. Think of it this way: your thoughts are like a movie playing on a screen. The movie is full of drama, action, and characters. It's loud, engaging, and it captures all of your attention. Most of the time, we are so lost in the movie that we forget we are sitting in a theater. We forget the screen even exists. We believe we are the movie. Thought, generated primarily by the complex, story-weaving neocortex, is this movie. It is a dualistic process, constantly creating a self that is separate from the world, a subject experiencing an object. It is the source of our cognitive, narrative-based consciousness. But what happens when the movie stops? The screen doesn't disappear. In fact, for the first time, you can see it clearly for what it is: the silent, unchanging background upon which the entire movie was projected. This screen is awareness. While our complex thoughts are handled by the higher-level neocortex, some theories propose that a more fundamental awareness is supported by deeper, older, subcortical brain structures, like the thalamus and parts of the reticular limbic system. These circuits aren't in the business of creating stories or thinking in language. Their job is related to generating our state of being awake and aware, a moment-to-moment presence. This is a state that doesn't create a separation between me and my experience. It is simply the direct, unmediated experience of being. Recent research supports the idea that consciousness isn't purely a product of the higher cortex. Studies using single neuron recordings in humans have shown that subcortical structures like the thalamus are deeply involved in perceptual consciousness and how we detect things. This has led to a call for a less corticocentric view of consciousness, acknowledging the critical role these deeper brain regions play. Some researchers even propose that these subcortical hubs are fundamental for modulating the function of the very cortical networks we associate with higher-order thinking. So, when the neocortex quiets down, when the thinking mind goes offline, these deeper systems of pure awareness can come to the forefront. What does this state feel like? When thought recedes, your experience shifts from narrating life to directly experiencing it. You aren't thinking about your breath. You're the direct, sensory experience of the air moving in and out of your body. You aren't labeling the sound of a distant bird. You're simply the hearing of the sound. Your senses become incredibly sharp and vivid because they are no longer being filtered and labeled by your thinking mind. The world appears brighter, sounds are clearer, and there is a deep sense of stillness and peace. This is the state of narrative-free awareness that long-term meditators cultivate. It's an experience where thoughts and feelings are seen as just mental events, not necessarily as accurate depictions of reality. Physiologically, the body responds to this shift. Your heart rate slows, your blood pressure drops, and stress hormone levels like cortisol decrease. This activates the parasympathetic nervous system, the body's rest and digest mode, which fosters a state of deep relaxation and healing. You aren't doing anything to relax. The relaxation is a natural consequence of stopping the stressful activity of constant thinking. This state of pure awareness is not something you need to create. It is your default mode, the ever-present background of your being. It has been there your entire life, silently witnessing every thought, every emotion, and every experience. Most of us are simply too preoccupied with the noise of our minds to notice it. But in the moments of silence, in the gaps between thoughts, it reveals itself. It's the discovery that you are not the storm of your thoughts, but the vast, silent sky in which the storm appears and disappears. The monk's brain: how meditation rewires your reality. The fleeting experience of mind blanking gives us a tantalizing glimpse into the silent space beyond thought. But what if you could access that space intentionally? What if you could learn to quiet the chatter of the default mode network on command and rest in that state of pure, restorative awareness for longer? This is precisely the goal of mindfulness and meditation, practices that have been refined for thousands of years. And today, modern neuroscience is confirming their profound ability to literally change the structure and function of your brain. This is the science of neuroplasticity, the brain's remarkable ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout life. Regular meditation isn't just a momentary relaxation technique. It is an active process of rewiring your brain for more peace, focus, and emotional resilience. A meta-analysis of 21 neuroimaging studies identified 8 key brain regions that are consistently altered in the brains of long-term meditators. These changes aren't just temporary state changes that occur while meditating. They are lasting trait changes that alter your baseline experience of the world. Let's look at some of the most significant changes. One of the most important findings is how meditation affects the default mode network, DMN, the brain's chatterbox. Studies consistently show that meditation decreases activity in the DMN, particularly in the posterior cingulate cortex, a hub for self-referential thinking. This quiets the incessant, monkey mind, reducing the tendency for unproductive rumination and mind wandering. At the same time, meditation strengthens the prefrontal cortex, the brain's executive control center responsible for focus, decision-making, and attention. This increased activity enhances your ability to stay in the present moment and voluntarily direct your attention, rather than being constantly hijacked by distracting thoughts. The changes go even deeper. Research has shown that long-term meditation can lead to an increase in gray matter density in several critical areas. The hippocampus, a region vital for learning, memory, and emotional regulation, has been shown to increase in volume. A fascinating 2013 study on mice found that 2 hours of silence led to the development of new cells in the hippocampus, a process known as neurogenesis. While this study was on mice, it points to the powerful restorative potential of quiet. A stronger hippocampus improves memory and emotional stability. Meditation also increases connectivity between the hippocampus and the prefrontal cortex, creating a powerful feedback loop for better emotional regulation. This is one of the key reasons why meditation is so effective at managing stress and anxiety. Perhaps one of the most famous findings is the effect of meditation on the amygdala, the brain's fear and threat detection center. The amygdala is responsible for triggering the fight or flight response. In long-term meditators, the amygdala actually shrinks in volume. More than that, its functional connection to the prefrontal cortex changes. This doesn't mean meditators don't feel fear. It means they have a less reactive response to it. Their prefrontal cortex is better able to regulate the amygdala's alarm bells, allowing them to respond to stressful situations with more calm and clarity, rather than getting hijacked by emotion. They can observe the arising of anger or fear without becoming fused with it. This is the neurological basis for what practitioners call non-reactivity, the ability to witness emotions without being controlled by them. Also, brain regions associated with body awareness, like the insular cortex and the sensory cortex, show increased gray matter and activity. This enhances interoception, the ability to sense the internal state of your body. This explains why meditators often report a heightened sense of connection to their physical selves, feeling their heartbeat, their breath, and subtle energy shifts more clearly. They are literally more in their bodies. In essence, the practice of meditation systematically dismantles the architecture of a stressed, distracted mind and rebuilds the architecture of a focused, calm, and resilient one. It weakens the automatic, storytelling loops of the DMN and strengthens the networks for present moment attention and emotional regulation. It turns the fleeting, accidental state of mind blanking into a deliberate, accessible state of profound stillness. This isn't a mystical belief, it is a measurable, neurobiological reality. You are actively training your brain to turn down the noise and tune into the silent, powerful awareness that is always present. We've journeyed deep into the neuroscience of silence, from the chattering default mode network to the profound stillness of pure awareness. We've seen how your brain can literally hit a reset button through mind blanking, and how practices like meditation can physically rewire your neural circuits for a life of greater calm and clarity. The science is fascinating, but the real power of this knowledge lies not in understanding it, but in experiencing it. And you don't need to retreat to a monastery for a decade to get a taste of this inner silence. You can touch it right now. So, I invite you to try a simple, 1-minute experiment with me. Wherever you are, just take a moment. You can close your eyes if it feels comfortable, or just soften your gaze. First, bring your attention to the fact that you are breathing. Don't try to change your breath in any way. Just notice the sensation of the air entering your body, and the sensation of it leaving. Feel the subtle rise and fall of your chest or abdomen. Now, as you continue to feel your breath, you will inevitably notice thoughts arising. You might think, am I doing this right? Or, what am I supposed to be feeling? Or your mind might wander to your to-do list. This is completely normal. Your brain is a thought-generating machine. The key is not to fight the thoughts. Don't try to push them away or suppress them. Instead, I want you to imagine that your thoughts are simply clouds passing through the vast, open sky of your awareness. See them arise, float by, and dissolve on their own. You don't have to grab onto them, analyze them, or follow them. Your only job is to remain as the sky, silently watching. Stay with this for just a few more breaths. Notice the thoughts as they come and go. And now, notice the space between the thoughts. In the brief gap after one thought has ended and before the next has begun, what is there? There is a stillness, a quietness, a simple, knowing presence. That is the awareness we've been talking about. It's always here, just beneath the surface of the noise. I encourage you to try this simple practice for just a few minutes every day. Treat it as an experiment in getting to know your own mind. If you're interested in going deeper into practices that can help you master your mind and unlock your potential, make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications, because we have a lot more to explore together. Conclusion. We began with a simple question. What happens when the relentless chatter in your head finally stops? We've seen that what most people fear as an empty void is, in fact, a space of incredible power. The constant noise in our minds, driven by the default mode network, keeps us trapped in cycles of anxiety and stress. It drains our mental energy and disconnects us from the present moment. But your brain has a built-in escape hatch, the phenomenon of mind blanking. These moments aren't memory lapses, but genuine resets, brief windows where the brain enters a restorative, sleep-like state, pausing the endless stream of thought. In those precious gaps of silence, something extraordinary is revealed. Awareness, the silent, ever-present screen behind the movie of our thoughts, steps into the foreground. This isn't the storytelling consciousness of the neocortex. This is the raw, direct presence supported by deeper parts of our brain. It is a state of being that is naturally calm, clear, and deeply connected to the present. And as we've seen, this state isn't just an accidental glitch. It is trainable. Through practices like meditation, we can literally rewire our brains. We can shrink the fear center, the amygdala, strengthen the focus and memory centers in the prefrontal cortex and hippocampus, and quiet the noisy chatter of the DMN. We've been conditioned to believe that a busy mind is a productive mind. We fill every spare moment with noise and distraction, terrified of what we might find in the silence. But the truth is, this endless thinking is the cage, and the silence is the key. Spending time in quiet gives your mind the space it needs to process information, integrate experiences, and foster creativity. Just 2 minutes of silence can be more physiologically relaxing than listening to calming music, tangibly lowering blood pressure and cortisol levels. It is in the quiet that we allow our brains to hit the reset button, restore our finite mental resources, and access a deeper intelligence that lies beyond analytical thought. So, the next time you find your mind going blank, whether you're staring out a window or have lost your place in a book, don't be so quick to snap out of it. Welcome that moment of stillness. Recognize it for what it is, an invitation, an opportunity to meet the part of you that exists beneath the mental storm. That's not you losing your train of thought. It's you finding the trackless freedom where life pulses most clearly. Experiment with the quiet. Befriend the silence. You might just discover that the greatest power you've ever known was there all along, waiting patiently in the space between your thoughts. You'll never see nothing the same way again. Your brain is lying to you about time. That feeling of lost time isn't a glitch. It is a quiet, natural process in the architecture of your mind. We have all known it. You sit down for what feels like a minute, and an hour vanishes. You were not asleep, not distracted by a phone call, so where did the time go? Perhaps you have lost an afternoon to a quiet scroll through social media, only to realize you cannot remember a single thing you saw. Or maybe you were so absorbed in a project, a conversation, or a piece of music that the world simply faded, and the clock appeared to jump forward. What happened in that space? Where did your awareness go? The answer seems to lie in a hidden process in the mind, a silent narrator that is constantly, tirelessly building our sense of reality. When that narrator goes quiet, your brain stops mapping your experience onto a timeline. Your perception of time can distort, stretch, or disappear entirely. This is not a bug in our programming. It is a fundamental feature of how the brain constructs what we feel as our life. In this video, we'll explore why the brain does this, what happens when it stops, and what it all means for how we experience the world. This is the story of how your brain shapes time, and how understanding that process can give us a small measure of influence over it. You have experienced it, that strange, quiet sensation of time warping around you. A dull meeting that seems to stretch into an eternity, each tick of the clock a slow, deliberate beat. Then, a single afternoon with a friend that flashes by in what feels like moments. We say, time flies when you're having fun, but what if it's more than a simple saying? What if the brain is actively shaping your perception of reality based on what you are doing, thinking, and feeling? The most curious part is that this is not a passive experience. It is a construction. Your brain is not just watching a clock, it is, in a sense, building the clock, second by second, from the raw material of your experience. And the architect of it all is that quiet voice in your head, your inner narrator. When that voice is active, time moves forward. But when it goes quiet, time can seem to cease to exist. This phenomenon reveals a quiet truth. Time, as we feel it, is not a constant. It is a story the brain tells itself. And sometimes, it just stops telling the story. Your brain does not have a clock. Let's begin with a foundational, and quietly mind-bending, fact. There is no single, central clock in your brain. Unlike sight, which has the eyes, or hearing, which has the ears, there is not one specific organ or region that simply tells time. Scientists have searched for it and have come to a surprising conclusion. Our perception of time is not a sense. It is a construction, an intricate experience pieced together from other processes. Recent work suggests that different regions of the brain operate on their own internal timescales, all integrated into the whole we experience. Think of it like this. Your brain is a tireless observer, constantly taking in the world. But it is not interested in every mundane detail. It is looking for changes, for anything new or significant. It builds your sense of the passage of time by tracking change. The more distinct moments, shifts in attention, or new experiences it logs, the more mental markers it creates. And the more markers it has, the longer and richer an experience feels when we look back on it. This is the core of an idea explored by neuroscientists. The perceived duration of a period of time is a function of how many changes in context your brain encodes. These changes can be external, moving from one room to another, seeing different faces, or hearing a new song. Or they can be internal, shifting a train of thought, solving a problem, or feeling a wave of emotion. Each one is like a pin dropped on a map, a marker that helps your brain build a representation of that period. A day spent on a vacation, exploring a new city, tasting new foods, and meeting new people, is packed with contextual changes. Your brain is dropping pin after pin. When you look back on that day, it feels expansive, full, and long, because your memory is overflowing with these distinct markers. Now contrast that with a monotonous day spent at home, in the same room, doing the same repetitive tasks. There are very few changes for your brain to hold on to. The context is static. In retrospect, that entire day can feel like a blur, a compressed block of time that vanished. Years can feel like they are speeding up as we get older, perhaps because our lives often become more routine. We encounter less novelty, so the brain creates fewer of those memorable markers that stretch out our perception of time. This is why new experiences are so powerful. The brain is wired to prioritize new information. A novel event might signal a learning opportunity, a potential reward, or a threat. It demands more processing and, as a result, gets tagged with a more significant and detailed memory. Routine activities, on the other hand, are handled with incredible efficiency. Think of your daily commute. You can drive the entire way and arrive at your destination with almost no memory of the journey itself. Your brain, having seen it all before, enters a low-power, automatic mode. It does not need to create new memories because the context is already known. Without those memory markers, the time it took to complete that journey effectively collapses in your mind. So, your brain is not measuring seconds or minutes with some internal, ticking metronome. Instead, it gauges duration based on the richness and density of the information it processed. More information, more novelty, more change seems to equal a perception of more time. Less information, more routine, less change, and time seems to shrink. This is the first and perhaps most important way our mind lies to us. That time is a constant flow. It is not. It is a dynamic, elastic construct, and our experience is the architect. And the chief tool this architect uses is our inner voice, the narrator that describes the world to us. The quiet narrator and the disappearance of time. We all have it. A near constant, running internal monologue. That voice in our head that comments, plans, worries, and narrates our experience. It might be saying, "Okay, I need to write that email now," or, "I wonder what they thought of what I just said." This is your inner narrator, and in neuroscience, it is closely linked to a major brain network called the default mode network, or DMN. This network becomes most active when we are not focused on an external task. It is the hub of self-referential thought, daydreaming, remembering, and imagining the future. The DMN is, in a sense, the home of our mind-wandering, storytelling self. It is the part of the brain that is constantly building a narrative of our life, connecting past, present, and future into a coherent story. This act of narration is a key part of how the brain creates those mental markers we talked about. When you narrate your experience, even silently to yourself, you are actively creating context shifts. I'm finishing this task, now I'm moving on to the next one. You are marking moments as distinct. This internal monologue acts as a scribe, documenting the flow of events and carving out a timeline for your memory. But what happens when that narrator goes quiet? What happens when the DMN powers down and the brain stops narrating? This is where time truly begins to feel different. The quieting of this inner voice happens in several profoundly different ways. Let's explore 3 scenarios of a quiet mind: the negative quiet of distraction, the positive quiet of flow, and the intentional quiet of presence. Scenario 1. The void of scrolling, the negative quiet. You sit down, open your phone, and decide to check social media. You begin to scroll. An endless river of short videos, images, and opinions flows past your eyes. Your thumb develops a life of its own, flicking upwards in a steady, hypnotic rhythm. The world around you fades. You are not really thinking, not really feeling. You are just scrolling. Then, you glance at the clock. An hour has passed, maybe more, and a strange, hollow feeling settles in. Where did that time go? Even more unsettling, what did you even see? You try to recall a single specific video, and your mind is blank. The last hour of your life seems to have been wiped from your memory, a black hole in your personal timeline. This is the negative quiet. It is a state of distraction where your inner narrator goes silent, not because you are deeply engaged, but because you are passively consuming a stream of low-novelty, repetitive information. Social media feeds are engineered to work this way. While each post is technically new, they follow such a predictable format and are consumed so rapidly that they fail to register as distinct events in the brain. Your brain is not creating those crucial context shifts. There are no chapters in the experience of mindless scrolling. It is just one long, indifferentiated stream. In this state, your default mode network, your narrator, is suppressed, but you are not in a state of deep focus. Instead, you are caught in what is known as a dopamine loop. These platforms are often designed with a random reward schedule, much like a slot machine. You keep scrolling with the subconscious anticipation of the next interesting post, which gives a tiny hit of dopamine. This keeps you engaged on a primal level, but your higher level cognitive functions, the ones that build narrative and memory, are offline. This is why the time disappears and the memory is gone. Without the inner narrator marking moments, oh, that's an interesting video, now, this is a funny clip. Your brain is not building the narrative structure that memory relies on. There are no individual events to encode, no story to remember. The time is lost both in the moment and in retrospect. You were not truly present, you were not deeply engaged. You were simply in a state of suspended animation, where the brain temporarily stopped recording its own existence. Scenario 2. The timelessness of flow, the positive quiet. Now, let us consider a completely different experience of losing time. An artist stands before a canvas, brush in hand. Hours melt away into what feels like minutes. A musician is lost in a performance, fingers moving effortlessly, the boundary between self and music dissolving. A programmer is deep in code, and the sun sets outside their window without them noticing. This is the state of flow, a term from the psychologist Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi. It is a state of experience where you are so completely absorbed in an activity that everything else disappears. In a state of flow, just like with scrolling, your inner narrator goes quiet. That critical, self-conscious voice from the default mode network fades into the background. You stop thinking about what you are doing, you are simply doing it. There is no room for self-doubt or for wondering what time it is. Your attention is so fully focused on the task that the parts of your brain responsible for self-awareness are effectively silenced. But here is the crucial difference, a quiet paradox. While time seems to disappear during the experience, the memory you form of that time is incredibly rich and detailed afterward. Unlike the empty void left by scrolling, the memory of a flow state is vivid and expansive. You might not have been aware of the clock, but your brain was running at its peak, encoding a massive amount of information related to the complex activity you were engaged in. In flow, The quieting of the default mode network is a sign of ultimate engagement. Other brain networks, specifically those related to the task at hand, become hyperactive. Your brain reallocates its resources, shutting down the noisy narrator so it can dedicate all of its processing power to the challenge in front of it. Engagement and action replace narration as the primary driver of the experience. Your brain is still creating mental markers, but it does so through the successful execution of challenging actions, not through verbal thought. Every brushstroke, every line of code, every musical note is a change that gets encoded. So, while the subjective feeling during the activity is one of timelessness, the retrospective judgment is of a time that was full and meaningful. You did not lose time, you transformed it. You traded your awareness of its passage for a period of peak performance and deep satisfaction, creating a strong, lasting memory. Scenario 3. The expansiveness of meditation, the intentional quiet. There is a third way to silence the inner narrator, one that is neither an accidental byproduct of distraction nor a happy consequence of engagement. It is the intentional and deliberate act of quieting the mind, most commonly practiced through meditation. When someone sits down to meditate, the goal is often to observe and quiet that relentless inner voice. They might focus their attention on a single anchor, like the sensation of their breath. As they do this, something remarkable can happen. The chatter of the default mode network begins to subside. The endless stream of thoughts about the past and future starts to slow down. When this happens, the perception of time can become profoundly strange. It can feel as if time has stopped, stretched out, or ceased to have any meaning at all. Meditators often report having no idea whether 5 minutes or 50 minutes have passed. The entire mechanism they use to measure duration has been temporarily set aside. This experience is directly tied to the ideas we have been exploring. Meditation, by its nature, reduces the number of contextual changes. You are sitting still, no external change, and actively trying to reduce the number of thoughts, minimal internal change. With very few new events for the brain to mark, its ability to construct a timeline is impaired. Furthermore, this practice often involves shifting attention away from narrative thought and toward bodily sensation. This engages a different brain region called the insula. The insula is the brain's hub for interoception, the perception of your internal bodily states, like your heartbeat and breathing. Recent research suggests our subjective feeling of time is deeply intertwined with the insula's processing of these bodily signals. We literally feel time passing through the dynamic changes in our body. In meditation, by focusing on a steady, rhythmic sensation like the breath, you are providing the insula with a stable, non-narrative anchor. You are stepping off the roller coaster of mental changes and resting in the simple, present moment reality of your body. Without the DMN's storytelling, the brain's primary tools for constructing time are put on hold. It is not a void like scrolling, and it is not an absorption like flow. It is a state of pure presence. The emotional time warp. It is not just our inner narrator that holds the power to bend our perception of time. There is another, more primal force at play: emotion. The heart-stopping moment of a near miss in a car, or the jolt of a sudden loud noise. In these moments of intense fear or shock, many people report a bizarre phenomenon. Time seems to slow to a crawl. Events that unfolded in a split second feel like they are playing out in slow motion, allowing us to perceive every detail with impossible clarity. What is happening? It seems your brain is not slowing down the world. Instead, it is speeding itself up. This time dilation effect is orchestrated by a small, almond-shaped structure deep in the brain, the amygdala. The amygdala is the brain's alarm system. When it detects a threat, it triggers the body's fight or flight response. This state of high arousal has a profound impact on timekeeping. Think of your brain's processing as a camera. In a normal state, it might record at a standard frame rate. But when the amygdala sounds the alarm, It is as if the camera suddenly switches to a high-speed mode, capturing hundreds of frames per second. Your brain is not slowing down time. It is gathering more data within the same amount of time. It dedicates a massive amount of resources to processing the threatening event, encoding a far denser memory of that moment than it normally would. The slow motion perception is actually a retrospective illusion. It is a trick of memory. When you play back that memory, there are so many more frames of information to sort through that the event feels like it must have lasted much longer than it actually did. This is a powerful evolutionary adaptation. In a life or death situation, the ability to process more information more quickly provides a critical advantage. This emotional time warp is not limited to fear. Any state of high arousal can have a similar effect. The excitement of a first kiss or the thrill of a major achievement can create denser memories, making those moments feel more stretched out in our minds. Studies have shown that when people see emotionally charged images, they tend to overestimate the time that has passed compared to when they see neutral images. The emotional significance of the content effectively speeds up their internal clock, causing them to count more ticks in the same objective interval. The opposite is also true. What about the slow passage of time during a boring lecture? This is the other side of the emotional coin. In a state of boredom, there is a lack of emotional arousal. The brain is starved for new or significant input. There are few changes to mark. In this state of understimulation, your attention turns inward, and you become acutely aware of the passage of time itself. Every second feels drawn out because there is nothing else competing for your attention. Your brain is not creating dense memories, so the present moment feels empty and stretches on. This demonstrates the incredible spectrum of our temporal experience, all orchestrated not by a clock on the wall, but by the intricate and ever-shifting chemistry of our own minds. Reclaiming your time. We have journeyed into the strange and flexible world of the brain's time perception. We have learned that time is not a fixed reality we passively experience. It is an active construction, a story written by our brains using the ink of memory, novelty, and emotion. We have seen how this process can lead to the empty void of a lost hour on social media, and how it can create the timeless, memorable experience of a flow state. This brings us to the most important question. What do we do with this knowledge? Understanding how the brain shapes time is a kind of user manual for our own consciousness. The problem many of us face is the sinking feeling that time is slipping away, that the years are accelerating into a blur. We now have a sense of why this happens. It happens when our lives fall into routine, when novelty fades, and when our days become a series of predictable, non-memorable events. The contextual changes diminish, and our brain, the storyteller, simply has less to write about. But here is the profound implication. If time perception is a construction, then we can become the architects. The solution to the feeling of lost time is not to get more hours in the day. It is to give your brain more to remember. It is about learning to adjust the very inputs your brain uses to build your timeline. Here are a few ways to approach this, not as strategies but as invitations. First, an invitation to novelty, asterisk. The greatest enemy of a rich temporal experience is monotony. The solution is to intentionally inject small moments of novelty into your life. This does not have to be dramatic. Take a different route on your way to work. Listen to a genre of music you have never heard before. Try cooking a new recipe for dinner. Each of these small changes forces your brain out of its automatic mode. It creates new contextual information that the brain has to process and encode. These experiences act like anchors in the river of time, creating more distinct memories and, in retrospect, making your days feel more expansive. Second, finding a positive quiet, asterisk. We have seen the power of the positive quiet that comes from deep engagement. Instead of letting quiet moments be consumed by the negative quiet of passive scrolling, we can intentionally schedule activities that absorb our full attention. Identify what puts you in a state of flow. It could be a creative hobby, a physical challenge, or a mentally stimulating task. Set aside dedicated, uninterrupted time for these activities. Turn off your phone and allow yourself to become completely immersed. By trading your awareness of time for peak engagement, you create powerful, positive memories that enrich your life story. Third, returning to the senses. Asterisk. As we learned, our sense of time is deeply connected to our awareness of our internal bodily state. One of the most direct ways to ground yourself in the present is to practice sensory anchoring. This means paying deliberate, non-judgmental attention to the input from your senses. When you drink your coffee, do not just gulp it down while checking your phone. Take a moment to feel the warmth of the mug, to smell the aroma, and to taste the flavors. When you walk outside, feel the sensation of the wind on your skin. This is not about stopping your thoughts. It is about redirecting your attention to the physical reality of the present moment. This practice strengthens the neural pathways related to presence and creates a richer sensory memory of your experiences. Fourth, and finally, engaging with intention. Asterisk. Recognize digital media, especially social media, for what it is: a system that can manipulate your perception of time. The endless scroll is engineered to silence your inner narrator and create a state of passive distraction. The solution is not necessarily to quit entirely, but to engage with intention. Set specific timers for how long you will use an app. Be conscious of why you are opening it. When you catch yourself in a state of mindless scrolling, make a conscious choice to put the phone down and do something else. Anything that creates a more distinct experience. Understanding that these platforms can erase your time is the first step toward taking back control. By understanding the ways our brain shapes time, we can start to tell it a better story. A story filled with novelty, engagement, and presence. If this exploration of time and the brain sparked something in you, consider liking the video and subscribing to the channel. We dive into the quiet workings of the mind and the world around us. And I am genuinely curious to hear from you. What is your most memorable experience of time seeming to slow down or speed up? Feel free to share your story in the comments below. Conclusion. In the end, the great truth about time is that its quality is far more important than its quantity. The person who feels they have lost 3 hours to a screen was not absent from their life. Their brain just was not told to write that chapter. The feeling of a life well lived does not come from having more time. It comes from having more memories. It is built from the moments of novelty that broke the routine, the periods of flow where you were completely absorbed, and the quiet moments of presence where you were simply, fully here. Your brain is a storyteller. It is constantly weaving the narrative of you. And you, by choosing what you pay attention to, have the ultimate power to decide what is worth remembering. Do not just let time pass you by. Give your brain a story worth telling. Your body on autopilot, the science of not thinking. Perhaps you've had the experience of driving. You're lost in thought, maybe considering the day ahead or replaying a conversation, and then, you are simply at your exit. You have no real, vivid memory of the last few miles. You don't recall changing lanes or adjusting your speed for the car in front of you, or navigating that gentle curve in the road. And yet, you did not crash. You stayed in your lane. You moved with the flow of traffic. A quiet question might surface. If my mind was elsewhere, what was guiding the car? The answer is both simple and deeply complex. Your body was. We tend to believe we are in charge, that our conscious mind, the part of you hearing these words, is the sole operator. But the moment your attention drifts, a hidden intelligence takes over. An ancient, efficient system that runs your life from behind the scenes. This is the story of your body on autopilot. This is the science of not thinking. We spend so much of our lives trying to think more. We are told to focus, to concentrate, to be present. But what if some of the most essential work your body does happens not when you are thinking more, but when you are thinking less? When your conscious mind checks out, your body does not panic. It doesn't go on standby. It continues with an intelligence all its own. Today, we will take a journey deep inside ourselves, past the noise of daily thoughts, and into the silent, automatic world of the autonomic nervous system. This is the hidden system that manages your breathing, your heartbeat, your digestion, and so much more, all without any conscious help. We will meet the second brain in your gut and the little brain in your heart. By the end, you may see your own body in a new light, not as a vehicle you command, but as an intelligent partner that has been keeping you alive since you were born. And you may understand that letting your mind go quiet is not an absence of activity, but an act of profound biological trust. The master controller you never met. To understand this system, an analogy might be useful. Imagine your body as a vast, ancient city. Your conscious mind, the part of you that worries about the future, makes plans, and decides what to do next, is the public figure in the central square. This figure is important. They give speeches, greet visitors, and set the grand vision. They are the face of the entire operation. But this public figure does not personally manage the flow of water through the aqueducts. They don't oversee the supply lines to the markets or direct the quiet maintenance of the city walls at night. For that, there is an entire operations department, a silent, efficient, and utterly essential team working in the city's foundations. This is your autonomic nervous system, or ANS. It is the chief operator you have never met, but whose work is the only reason the city functions at all. The ANS is a vast network of nerves extending from your brainstem down through your spinal cord and out to every one of your internal organs. Its purpose is to regulate the involuntary processes, the things that must happen whether you are thinking about them or not. This includes your heart rate, blood pressure, breathing, body temperature, digestion, and even the dilation of your pupils. If you had to consciously remember to make your heart beat every second, there would be no mental space left for anything else. You could not learn, or create, or connect with others, because all your focus would be consumed by the single task of keeping yourself alive. This is the reason for the autopilot. Evolution provided this system to free up our conscious resources. The conscious brain is powerful, but it requires a great deal of energy. It is designed for solving new problems, for creativity, and for navigating a complex social world. By automating the fundamentals of survival, the ANS allows your conscious mind to do what it does best: to think, to feel, and to dream. This chief operator has two main divisions that exist in a constant, delicate balance. They are the sympathetic nervous system and the parasympathetic nervous system. Let's return to the car from our introduction. The sympathetic nervous system is the accelerator. It is your fight or flight response. When you perceive a threat, a real physical danger like a sudden swerve, or a psychological stress like an impending deadline, the sympathetic system becomes active. It releases adrenaline and norepinephrine into your bloodstream. Your heart rate increases, sending more blood to your muscles. Your pupils widen to let in more light. Your airways open to take in more oxygen. It diverts energy away from functions like digestion, because when you are responding to an immediate challenge, digesting lunch is not the priority. It is a state of high alert and energy expenditure. On the other side is the parasympathetic nervous system. This is the brake, but it is also more than that. It is the system of rest and repair. When the threat has passed and you are safe, the parasympathetic system takes the lead. It slows your heart rate, constricts your pupils, and brings the digestive system back online. It promotes recovery and conserves energy. It is the state your body is in when you are resting quietly, feeling calm. It is the system that allows your body to heal and to build. It is important to understand that these two systems are almost always both active. It is not an on or off switch, but a constant negotiation to meet the demands of the moment. This baseline level of activity is called autonomic tone. Like opposing forces in a quiet dance, they work together to create homeostasis, a stable internal environment where your body can function optimally. The genius of the autopilot is its ability to seamlessly shift the balance between these two systems, without you ever having to issue a single command. The breath of life, an unthinking act. Let's make this more personal for a moment. As you listen, simply notice your own breath. Feel the air entering, filling your lungs, and the gentle release as you exhale. A moment ago, you were not thinking about this. You have likely taken a dozen breaths in the last minute, each one perfectly executed, completely on autopilot. How? This seemingly simple act is governed by a control center in the oldest part of your brain, the brainstem, specifically in areas called the medulla oblongata and the pons. Think of this as the dedicated respiratory department in our city's headquarters. It works around the clock, and its primary job is to monitor the composition of your blood. Within your blood vessels and your brain are specialized sensors called chemoreceptors. They are like tiny inspectors, and their main focus is carbon dioxide, or CO2. As your cells produce energy, they release CO2 as a waste product into your bloodstream. When CO2 levels rise, it signals to the brainstem that your body needs more oxygen. In response, the control center sends an electrical signal down nerves, primarily the phrenic nerve, to your diaphragm and the muscles between your ribs. These muscles contract, your chest expands, and you automatically breathe in. Then, as the muscles relax, you breathe out. It is a quiet, rhythmic cycle driven not by your conscious will, but by the chemistry of your blood. This is why you cannot hold your breath indefinitely. You can consciously override the system for a time. But as you do, CO2 builds up. The chemoreceptors send increasingly urgent signals to the brainstem. Eventually, the automatic system's directive to survive becomes so strong that it overrides your conscious command. Your diaphragm will contract, and you will take a breath, whether you intend to or not. Your autopilot has a non-negotiable mission: keep you alive. But the system is more nuanced than that. It does not just make you breathe, it adjusts how you breathe with incredible precision. Your brainstem also receives information from other sensors, like stretch receptors in your lungs that signal when they are full, preventing overinflation. Now, let's connect this back to the idea of not thinking. When your conscious mind is busy or stressed, the sympathetic system, the accelerator, has more influence. Your breathing tends to become faster and shallower. But when your mind goes quiet, as it does in moments of deep relaxation or focus, the parasympathetic system, the brake, takes the lead. This has a direct effect on your breath. The signals from the brainstem become more measured. Your breathing naturally slows and deepens. It is not you trying to breathe slowly. It is your body's autopilot recognizing a state of safety and shifting into its most efficient and restorative mode. This slow, deep breathing is why relaxation techniques can be so powerful. By consciously slowing our breath, we are sending a signal back up to the brainstem that says, "All is well." In response, the brainstem tells the rest of the body to stand down, promoting a state of calm. The very act of breathing, so often ignored, is a direct line of communication to the master controller you never met. The unsleeping drummer, your heart's secret brain. If breathing is the quiet whisper of the autopilot, the heartbeat is its unsleeping drum. A steady rhythm that has been with you every moment of your life, beating around 100,000 times a day, moving blood to every part of your body. And like your breath, you do not have to think about it. But the story of your heart's autopilot is even more incredible, because in many ways, your heart has a mind of its own. Neuroscientists have discovered that the heart contains its own network of neurons, so complex it has been nicknamed the little brain, or the intrinsic cardiac nervous system, ICNS. This network contains approximately 40,000 neurons, enough to handle complex local processing. This little brain allows the heart to sense, process, and remember information. This is seen in heart transplant patients. A new heart, though disconnected from the recipient's original vagus nerve, begins to beat on its own, guided by this intrinsic system. Over time, the broader autonomic nervous system learns to influence this new heart, but its ability to function from the start is a testament to its own quiet intelligence. The primary rhythm is set by a cluster of cells called the sinoatrial (SAW) node, the heart's natural pacemaker. This node generates its own electrical impulses at a steady rate, which then spread through the heart muscle, causing it to contract. The ICNS helps to manage this process on a beat-to-beat basis. So, where does the autonomic nervous system fit in? It acts as the higher command, telling the heart's little brain when to speed up and when to slow down. Imagine you are home at night and hear a loud, unexpected noise. Before your conscious brain even has time to label the sound as frightening, your sympathetic nervous system has acted. It releases norepinephrine, which tells the SAW node to fire faster and the heart muscle to contract with more force. Your heart begins to beat faster, a physical sensation we all recognize. That is your autopilot, preparing your body for action before you have even had a conscious thought about what to do. Now, the reverse. You are sitting quietly, relaxed. Your parasympathetic system is dominant. It communicates with the heart through a large nerve called the vagus nerve. The vagus nerve releases a different chemical, acetylcholine, which acts as a gentle brake on the SAW node, telling it to slow down. Your heart rate drops, and your body conserves energy. This is the rest and repair state. Perhaps the most elegant demonstration of this system is the baroreflex. If you have ever stood up too quickly and felt a moment of dizziness, that is a momentary drop in blood pressure as gravity pulls blood down toward your legs. Instantly, pressure sensors called baroreceptors in your major arteries detect this change. They fire an emergency signal to your brainstem. Within a fraction of a second, faster than a single heartbeat, the brainstem responds. It instantly reduces the parasympathetic brake and applies the sympathetic accelerator. Your heart rate increases, and your blood vessels are instructed to constrict, raising the pressure. This all happens so fast that your blood pressure is restored to normal before your brain is deprived of oxygen. You might feel a brief head rush, but you remain standing. You did not think, my blood pressure is dropping, I should increase my heart rate. Your body's silent guardian did it for you. This single, elegant reflex is at work every time you stand up, a constant, unthinking vigilance that keeps you on your feet. The gut feeling, your second brain. Our journey has taken us through the chest, exploring the automatic rhythms of the lungs and heart. But our body's autopilot extends much further. Now, we travel down into a complex world that scientists are increasingly calling our second brain. Your gut. The term, second brain, may sound like a metaphor, but the reality is surprisingly literal. Lining your entire gastrointestinal tract is a mesh-like network of neurons called the enteric nervous system, or ENS. This system is immensely complex. In fact, your gut contains over 100 million neurons, a network so vast and complex it operates with a remarkable degree of independence. This is not a simple relay station. The ENS is a brain in its own right. While it is in constant communication with the brain in your head, studies have shown that if the primary connection, the vagus nerve, were severed, the ENS could continue to manage the entire digestive process on its own. Think about what happens when you eat a meal. You consciously chew and swallow, but from that moment on, the autopilot takes complete control. You do not think, stomach, release acid now. You do not command your small intestine to begin the rhythmic contractions, called peristalsis, that move food along. The ENS orchestrates this entire symphony of chemical and muscular events with breathtaking precision. It is an act of biological genius that happens inside you every day, completely without your conscious involvement. The communication between our two brains is constant and bidirectional, a highway of information called the gut-brain axis. This constant conversation is the biological basis for what we call gut feelings. When you feel anxious, your main brain signals the sympathetic system to activate. This fight or flight response redirects blood away from the digestive system. This is why severe stress can lead to that feeling of butterflies in your stomach or even nausea. Your body is deciding that escaping a threat is more important than digesting food. Conversely, information flows from the gut up to the brain, influencing our mood. Scientists estimate that as much as 95% of your body's serotonin, a neurotransmitter associated with feelings of well-being, is produced in your gut. The health of your gut can therefore directly impact how you feel. How does this relate to the science of not thinking? When your conscious mind is calm, your body enters the parasympathetic, rest and digest, state. This is the optimal condition for your second brain to do its job. Blood flow to the intestines increases and digestion becomes smooth and efficient. When you are relaxed, your gut is able to work properly. By quieting the noise in our first brain, we give our second brain the peaceful environment it needs to perform its critical functions of nourishment and renewal. The silent guardian, posture, pupils, and temperature. The reach of our body's autopilot is so vast that it is also the silent guardian behind 1,000 other subtle, continuous adjustments that keep your body perfectly balanced. These are processes so deeply automatic that we rarely think of them as actions at all. Consider something as simple as standing up. A huge part of your ability to stand upright against gravity is managed by your autonomic nervous system. As we saw with the baroreflex, the moment you stand up, your ANS is already at work, making micro-adjustments to your blood vessels to ensure your brain maintains its blood supply. Without this constant, unthinking vigilance, every time you stood up, you would feel dizzy. Furthermore, when the mind is quiet and the parasympathetic system is more dominant, your body can release chronic muscle tension. You may have noticed after a period of relaxation that you feel looser, more naturally aligned. This is partly because parasympathetic signals have eased the tension in the smooth muscles of your vascular system, allowing your body to settle into a more efficient posture without conscious effort. Now consider your eyes. Walk from a dark room into bright sunshine. Instantly, your pupils constrict, shrinking to protect your retinas from the light. Walk back inside, and they dilate, opening wide to capture as much available light as possible. This is a pure reflex of the autonomic nervous system. The sympathetic branch handles dilation, a state of readiness, while the parasympathetic branch handles constriction, a protective, calming response. It is a perfect, instantaneous adaptation. Then there is your body temperature. You are a warm-blooded creature, and your body must maintain its core temperature within a very narrow range. This task is overseen by a region in your brain called the hypothalamus, the body's central thermostat. If it detects that you're getting too hot, it initiates cooling measures through the ANS. It signals sweat glands to begin producing sweat, and it widens blood vessels near the skin to release heat. Conversely, if you get too cold, it triggers the opposite. It narrows blood vessels in your skin to conserve heat for your vital organs. If that is not enough, it triggers the rapid, automatic contraction of your muscles, shivering, to generate extra heat. You do not decide to shiver. Your silent guardian makes that decision for you. All of these processes, blood pressure regulation, pupil adjustment, thermoregulation, are examples of the body's relentless pursuit of one goal: homeostasis. Homeostasis is the principle of maintaining a stable internal environment, regardless of what is happening in the outside world. It is the central mission of the entire autonomic nervous system. It is the ultimate expression of your body's intelligence, an unceasing, unthinking drive to keep you in a state of balance, allowing you the freedom to engage with the world, knowing that your internal universe is being impeccably managed. Conclusion: we began with a simple experience, driving on autopilot. From there, we traveled deep into the hidden machinery of the self. We have seen how the brainstem acts as a tireless respiratory metronome. We have met the little brain in the heart, an independent drummer that takes cues from the grand conductor of the autonomic nervous system. We have explored the complexity of the second brain in our gut, an autonomous intelligence managing the vital process of turning the outside world into our own bodies. Through it all, we see the profound wisdom of this system. A system that works best when we get out of its way. It illustrates a truth that our modern world often encourages us to forget, that not thinking is not a bug, but a feature. Perhaps the most humbling proof of this system's power is a person in a coma. They have no conscious awareness, yet their body can be kept alive. The heart still beats, the lungs still breathe, the body still fights to maintain homeostasis. It is a testament to the fact that the conscious self, the I, we identify with, is only one part of the story. We are carried by a current of biological intelligence that runs far deeper than our thoughts. This knowledge is not just a collection of facts. It can reframe our relationship with ourselves. That feeling of being zoned out is not a failure of focus, it is an invitation. It is your conscious mind taking a needed break, allowing older, and perhaps wiser, systems to take over the work of restoration and balancing. Practices like meditation, or even just taking a quiet walk, are not just about clearing your head. They are acts of consciously handing the keys over to this brilliant autopilot. So, the next time you find your mind wandering, do not be so quick to pull it back. Take a moment. Instead of judging yourself, use it as a cue. Feel your chest rise and fall without your help. Place a hand over your heart and feel the steady, faithful rhythm of your pulse. Acknowledge the silent, tireless work being done on your behalf. You are not just a mind piloting a machine. You are a collaborative ecosystem of staggering intelligence. You are not just thinking, you are being. And the intelligence that powers that state of being is more profound and more reliable than you might have imagined. If this calm exploration into your body's hidden world was interesting to you, consider subscribing to the channel. There is so much more to discover together. And I would love to know what you think. What is one automatic process in your own body that you find the most amazing? Feel free to share in the comments below. Thank you for listening. Now take a deep breath. Your body already knows how. Your brain on silence, it's not what you think. We look for it. We crave it. We buy noise-canceling headphones and book silent retreats, all for a little peace and quiet. Most of us think of silence as an absence, a blank space where our tired minds can finally rest. We see it as the off switch for a world that's always, screamingly, on. But what if that comfortable, intuitive idea is completely wrong? The truth is far stranger, more active, and way more powerful. The moment you unplug and the outside world fades away, your brain doesn't just power down. It does the exact opposite. It lights up with activity. Neuroscientists, peering into our minds with fMRI scans, have seen it firsthand. In the absence of sound, a hidden battle kicks off in your head. A clash between what your brain expects to hear and the sudden, unnerving quiet. It's a strange, almost forceful resistance to the silence. But here's the critical discovery. This internal conflict isn't a flaw. It's not something to run away from. It's the very key to unlocking your brain's most powerful and profound recharge. It's the gateway to more creativity, better memory, and a kind of calm that's deeper than just rest. What you might perceive as mental noise is actually the sound of your brain rebuilding itself from the inside out. In this video, we're pulling back the curtain on this incredible process. We'll explore the neuroscience of what's really happening in your head in those quiet moments. We'll explain why your brain fights back against silence, and then, we'll show you how to surrender to that fight to win the war for your own mental clarity. What you're about to learn will permanently change how you feel about quiet. You think of silence as empty space, a moment of peace. But what if I told you that the moment the world goes quiet, a war begins inside your head? Neuroscientists have found that in true silence, your brain doesn't power down. It bursts into activity, actively fighting the quiet. This strange mental resistance isn't something to fear. It's the secret to unlocking your brain's most powerful recharge. And in this video, I'll show you exactly how it works. The brain's secret war, the science of resistance. To understand this war, you first have to understand the battlefield, your brain. For hundreds of thousands of years, our survival has hinged on our ability to hear and interpret sound. A snapping twig could mean a predator. A distant cry could signal danger or help. Our brains didn't just evolve to hear. They evolved to expect to hear. Sound is data. It's information. And your brain is an information-hungry machine, constantly scanning, predicting, and processing. It never really turns off. So, what happens when you take that data away? When you step into a quiet room or put on noise-canceling headphones? The external input stops, but the brain's machinery keeps running. It's like a sentinel guarding a fortress who suddenly finds the entire landscape blanketed in a thick fog. The sentinel doesn't relax. They become more alert, straining to see or hear what might be lurking in the mist. Your brain does the same thing. This isn't just a metaphor, it's a neurological reality. Functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, lets us watch this happen in real time. These scans show that in moments of deep quiet, key areas of the brain don't go dark, they light up. One of the main battlegrounds is the auditory cortex, the part of your brain that processes sound. When the noise disappears, the auditory cortex doesn't just go on vacation. Instead, fMRI studies show it can fire off what are described as spontaneous bursts of activity. It's as if the brain, starved of the sounds it expects, starts creating its own internal soundtrack. This can show up as that song stuck in your head, a replayed conversation, or even phantom sounds that seem to echo in the quiet. It's a feature of a brain that hates a vacuum. When it doesn't get the information it craves, it starts making its own. But it doesn't stop there. Another key player rushes onto the scene, the anterior cingulate cortex, or ACC. You can think of the ACC as the brain's attention director. It's involved in high-level functions like error detection and emotional regulation. When the auditory cortex starts its internal chatter, the ACC can swing its spotlight of attention inward, amplifying these self-generated signals and making them harder to ignore. This is why your inner monologue can feel so loud when you're trying to be quiet. It's not just that your brain is thinking, it's that a specific part of your brain is telling you, hey, pay attention to this. This gets even more intense through a process scientists call listening in silence. It's been shown that even with no sound to hear, the brain actively scans the environment for it. This isn't passive waiting, it's an active search. Regions like the superior temporal gyrus, which contains the critical auditory hub Heschel's gyrus, show increased activity. Your brain is essentially pinging the environment, hunting for any trace of the sound it has lost. This is why silence can feel so busy at first. Your brain isn't ignoring the quiet, it's actively interrogating it. This brings us to the commander-in-chief of this internal operation, the default mode network, or DMN. The DMN is a large-scale brain network that you can think of as your brain's inward-facing system. When you're focused on an external task, like reading an email or driving, the DMN is fairly quiet. But the second you stop focusing on the outside world, the DMN roars to life. It's often compared to a company's CEO. While employees are busy with their tasks, the CEO is hands-off. But the moment the office goes quiet, the CEO's real work begins. Reviewing performance, planning for the future, and reflecting on the company's identity. That's exactly what the DMN does. It's the seat of self-referential thought. It's where you process memories, daydream about the future, think about your relationships, and construct your sense of self. When you seek out silence, you're basically giving the DMN an open stage. With no external tasks to quiet it down, the network activates with full force. This is where that flood of thoughts comes from: the grocery list, that awkward thing you said last week, the worry about a deadline. That's your default mode network doing its job without interruption. It feels like chaos. It feels like the opposite of peace. But this is a necessary and deeply misunderstood part of the process. What feels like a war against silence is really just your brain running a much-needed systems check. The battleground of modern life. Why we are so uncomfortable with quiet. This ancient neurological wiring is being thrown into overdrive by the world we've built. Modern life is a relentless assault on the senses, a non-stop buffet of stimulation that's leaving our brains exhausted. Think about a typical day. You wake up to a blaring alarm. Before your feet hit the floor, you're scrolling through a flood of emails, notifications, and headlines. Each like, each message, each alert is a tiny hit of dopamine, the neurotransmitter for reward. Your brain is being trained to seek out and crave these digital pellets of stimulation. The auditory environment isn't any different. The commute is filled with podcasts or the radio. The workday is a mess of ringing phones and pinging notifications. Even our downtime is saturated with noise from TV, music, or short-form videos. We have, in effect, trained our brains to become noise addicts, conditioned to expect a constant stream of input. So, when that stream is suddenly cut off, your brain can experience a form of withdrawal. The silence feels jarring, empty, even a little threatening. That urge to fill the quiet, by turning on the TV or putting in earbuds, isn't just a habit, it's a neurological craving. Your brain, used to its dopamine drip feed of information, panics when the supply is gone. The amygdala, your brain's alarm system, can interpret the sudden absence of familiar sounds as a potential threat, which can heighten feelings of anxiety. This discomfort is a near universal experience today. Think of the awkwardness that descends when a conversational lull lasts a few seconds too long. We rush to fill it. Or consider the low-grade panic when your phone dies, leaving you alone with your thoughts. This isn't a personal failing. It's a direct consequence of the environment we live in, a biological response, not a character flaw. Researchers have even documented this. Short-term sensory deprivation can sometimes induce perceptual disturbances in healthy individuals because the brain, deprived of its usual sensory diet, starts creating its own reality. This is an extreme example, but it illustrates a fundamental point. Our brains are designed to create meaning and patterns. When there's no data, they'll try to invent it. This is so important to understand. If you've ever tried to meditate only to find your mind racing more than ever, you're not bad at meditation. You're just experiencing the first, predictable phase of your brain's response to silence. The hyperactivation of the default mode network. The discomfort you feel isn't a signal to retreat back into the noise. It's a sign that a deeper, more important process is about to begin. Winning the war by surrendering, the extraordinary payoff of silence. Here is the central idea of this entire video. The secret to winning the brain's war with silence isn't to fight harder. It's to surrender. It's to understand that the initial barrage of mental noise and restlessness isn't the enemy. It's the gate. If you can just be patient and sit with that initial chaos without reaching for a distraction, something extraordinary begins to happen. The war subsides, and a profound, scientifically backed process of restoration begins. The first phase of this surrender leads to what's called cognitive restoration. After the initial, chaotic flurry of the default mode network, the brain starts to shift gears. The frantic energy calms down, and the internal chatter lowers in volume. Think of it like tidying a messy room. The first part is chaotic, pulling everything out, making piles, creating a bigger mess to get organized. But once everything is out in the open, the real sorting begins. Your DMN starts to integrate thoughts, connect ideas, and file away information. This process allows your directed attention, the focus you use for work and other demanding tasks, to rest and replenish. But the benefits go far beyond just resting. The next payoff is truly mind-boggling: the physical growth of your brain. A landmark 2013 study on mice provided stunning evidence for this. The researchers exposed mice to different sounds and, as a control, 2 hours of complete silence per day. The results were surprising. While some sounds produced short-term effects, it was silence that had the most significant and lasting impact. The mice who experienced daily silence showed clear evidence of developing new cells in the hippocampus, a critical brain structure for learning, memory, and emotion. This process is called neurogenesis. The study found that these new cells were maturing into functioning neurons and integrating into the brain's circuitry. The lead researcher, Imke Kirst, noted that silence was really helping the new generated cells to differentiate into neurons and integrate into the system. In essence, the silence was actively helping to build a bigger, more capable memory center. The third, and perhaps most immediate, payoff is a deep physiological reset. Our bodies are often locked in a state of chronic fight or flight, flooded with stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline. This leads to higher heart rates and blood pressure. We often turn to relaxing music to calm down, but science shows silence may be far more powerful. A study published in the journal Heart explored the physiological effects of music and silence, with 2-minute silent pauses placed between music tracks. The results were clear. The 2-minute silent pauses were consistently more effective at lowering blood pressure and heart rate than even the relaxing music. The researchers theorized that the brain still has to process music as a stimulus, whereas silence allows the system to fully disengage, signaling that the need for alertness is over. Just 2 minutes of intentional silence can be more physiologically restorative than listening to a relaxation playlist. If you're finding this exploration into the hidden power of silence valuable, and if it's changing the way you think about your own brain, take a moment to subscribe to the channel. We go deep into the science of how your mind works every week, and by subscribing, you won't miss what's next. The spark of genius. Unlocking your hidden creativity. This brings us to the final, and for many, the most exciting payoff: the key to unlocking breakthrough creativity. Have you ever heard of the shower effect? It's that common experience of having a brilliant idea not when you're straining at your desk, but when you're doing something routine, like taking a shower or going for a walk. This isn't a coincidence. It's a direct result of the brain state that silence helps create. Remember the default mode network, our brain's CEO. When you're intensely focused on a problem, you're using your brain's executive control network. It's logical and analytical, but it can also get you stuck. When you step away and enter a state of quiet, diffuse attention, like in the shower, your executive network powers down and the DMN powers up. After its initial noisy phase of sorting through your day, the DMN begins its most creative work. It starts rummaging through your vast library of memories and knowledge and makes connections between seemingly unrelated ideas. It might connect a line from a poem you read years ago with a challenge in a business proposal. This is the neurological basis of the aha moment. It's not a lightning bolt from the blue. It's the result of giving your brain the quiet space it needs for its most creative network to connect the dots in new and unexpected ways. This isn't a new age idea. Throughout history, many of the world's greatest thinkers have instinctively understood the connection between silence and creativity. The author Herman Melville wrote, "All profound things and emotions of things are preceded and attended by silence." Innovators and artists have long sought solitude not as an escape, but as a workspace. They knew that to hear the faint whisper of a new idea, you first have to turn down the volume of the world. So when you embrace silence, you are actively creating the conditions for inspiration to strike. Your personal ceasefire. A practical guide to harnessing silence. Understanding the science is one thing, but applying it to our noisy lives is another. The good news is you don't need to book a 10-day silent retreat to get these benefits. The goal isn't perfect, absolute silence, but to create moments of intentional quiet. Here's your action plan. We'll call it the **** 5-minute neural reboot. It's simple, accessible, and designed to work with your brain's natural rhythms. Step 1. Schedule the silence. ***. Just like a meeting, put 5 minutes of silence on your calendar. Morning is often great, before you engage with your phone, but any consistent time will work. Make it a deliberate appointment. Step 2. Create a low-stimulus environment. ***. Find a comfortable place to sit. A chair at your kitchen table is perfect. Turn off your phone or put it in another room. Close the door. If you're in a noisy area, simple foam earplugs can help. Just reduce the external input as much as you practically can. Step 3. Sit and do nothing. ***. This is the hardest and most important step. For 5 minutes, your only job is to sit. You don't need to focus on your breath or try to clear your mind. Your job is the opposite, to simply allow your mind to do whatever it's going to do. Step 4. Expect the noise and welcome it. ***. You know what's coming. The moment you sit down, your default mode network will likely erupt with to-do lists, worries, and random thoughts. Your brain will begin its battle with the quiet. The crucial part is to change your relationship with this noise. Don't see it as a failure or get frustrated. Instead, recognize it for what it is: the sound of the process working. When the internal chatter starts, just think to yourself, there it is. My brain is starting its reboot. Step 5. Observe without judgment. Imagine you're sitting on the bank of a river, watching leaves float by. The thoughts in your head are just like those leaves. You don't have to jump in the river after each one. You don't have to stop the river from flowing. Your job is just to watch them come and go. When you notice you've been carried away by a thought, gently return your awareness to simply sitting in the room. Every time you do this, you're strengthening your ability to disengage from the chatter. That's it. 5 minutes. At first, it might feel like the longest 5 minutes of your day. But stick with it. After a few days, you'll start to notice a shift. Moments of genuine mental quiet will begin to appear. You are fundamentally rewiring your brain's response to silence, teaching it that quiet isn't a threat, but an opportunity, a sanctuary for restoration, growth, and creativity. Conclusion: we started with the common idea that silence is just empty space, a void, but now we know the truth. Silence isn't empty space, it's a workspace. It's where your brain does its most critical, behind-the-scenes work. That initial resistance, the mental chaos that feels like a fight, isn't a sign that you're doing it wrong. It's the sound of your mind beginning its most important jobs: sorting through clutter, consolidating memories, and laying the groundwork for new ideas. Neuroscience has shown us that when we lean into these quiet moments, we're not just finding peace. We're triggering the growth of new brain cells in our memory centers. We're lowering our blood pressure more effectively than with so-called relaxing music. We're switching on the very neural networks responsible for our most creative insights. The secret isn't to fight the mental noise, but to understand it. That internal chatter is the sound of your mind recharging, recalibrating, and rebuilding. By giving yourself just a few minutes of intentional quiet each day, you're giving your brain the one resource it needs to thrive in our noisy world: the space to hear itself think. You are turning a state that once felt uncomfortable into your own personal superpower. The war inside your head ends the moment you realize that both sides are fighting for you. So, what's your relationship with silence? Does it make you feel restless or calm? Share your experience in the comments below. I'd love to read about it. And if this video gave you a new perspective on the power of quiet, subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. We explore the fascinating science of the human mind every week, and you won't want to miss our next deep dive. Stillness versus unconsciousness. The alarming truth. What do you picture when you think of a quiet mind? Take a moment and let that image form. If you are like most, you might imagine something close to sleep. A state of peace, perhaps, but ultimately a kind of gentle void. A system powering down. But what if true mental stillness isn't about turning your mind off, but about it coming online in a way that feels entirely new? What if the state we are all trying to describe with words like mindfulness and meditation has been quietly misunderstood? The scientific story of what happens in your brain during profound stillness is not just surprising, it is revealing. It shows a deep and fundamental difference between a mind that is simply blank and a mind that is truly still. Understanding this difference is what separates those who find a new kind of potential from those who are simply and unknowingly shutting down. Stay with me, because we are about to explore a quiet misunderstanding that might be holding you back from a level of clarity you didn't think was possible. We live in a world that moves quickly. Our minds are almost perpetually in motion, a steady monologue of things to do, worries, notifications, and internal chatter. So naturally, the idea of stopping thought sounds like a merciful silence. It sounds like flipping a switch and letting the entire system rest in a kind of soft oblivion. This desire for a mental blackout is understandable. When you're overwhelmed, the idea of your brain going blank, like a screen fading to black, seems like the ultimate form of rest. We connect this blankness with peace. But this is where a quiet and, in its own way, alarming truth begins to surface. The brain does not find its highest function in a void. In fact, what science is showing us is that the pursuit of a blank mind is a subtle misinterpretation. It is confusing a state of heightened, organized power with the neurological equivalent of a power outage. Today, we are going to explore the deep chasm that exists between true, conscious stillness and the foggy, dull state of near unconsciousness. One is a state of super-awareness, a kind of neurological coherence. The other is a biological shutdown. And by the end of our time together, you will not only understand the difference, but you will see why confusing the two is one of the biggest obstacles to mental freedom. The great misconception. Why we confuse stillness with a shutdown. So, why is this confusion so widespread? Why do we instinctively believe that a quiet mind is an empty, sleeping mind? The roots of this misunderstanding run deep in our culture, our language, and our biology. First, there are the words we use. Phrases like, empty your mind, or clear your thoughts, are common in conversations about well-being. These expressions create a mental image of subtraction, of getting rid of something. They imply that thoughts are an obstacle, and the goal is to remove them, leaving a vacuum behind. This language sets up a false goal. It frames stillness as an absence, a nothingness, rather than what it truly is, a powerful and vibrant presence. Our second major reference point is sleep. For most of us, the only time we experience a significant break from our internal monologue is when we lose consciousness at night. We go from a state of thinking to a state of not thinking, and we wake up feeling restored. It is logical, then, to connect the restfulness of sleep with the idea of mental quiet. But this is a critical error in comparison. During deep, dreamless sleep, your self-awareness vanishes. You are not there to experience the quiet. It's a full shutdown where essential biological maintenance happens, but there is no conscious insight, no growth, no awareness. Meditation, in contrast, is about being awake and aware, even while deeply restful. This confusion is then reinforced by the experience of anyone who has tried to meditate for the first time. The most common obstacle for a beginner is often drowsiness. You sit down, close your eyes, try to focus, and within minutes, your head begins to nod. Your mind drifts into a foggy, pre-sleep state. Because this state feels quieter than the usual mental chaos, it is easy to mistake this sleepiness for progress. You think you're calming your mind, but in reality, you are often succumbing to the brain's conditioned response to reduced sensory input. It's preparing to shut down. Your brain is entering a state dominated by slower brainwaves, a topic we will explore in detail. But it's a state that lacks the crisp, clear awareness that defines true stillness. Finally, there is a subtle layer of fear. The idea of losing your mind, or going blank, can be unsettling. Our conscious, thinking mind is what we identify with. It's our tool for navigating the world. The prospect of it disappearing, even for a moment, can feel like a loss of control. So we equate the emptiness we hear about with a kind of mental annihilation, which feels unfamiliar and strange. We prefer the known territory of our thoughts, even if they are stressful, to the unknown territory of what lies beyond them. This blend of language, our biological association with sleep, and the common experience of drowsiness has created a perfect storm of misunderstanding. We have been conditioned to believe that the opposite of a noisy mind is a silent, empty one. But the reality, as brainwave science reveals, is far more interesting. The scientific pivot, the quiet truth revealed. This is the point where we pivot from common belief to scientific observation. The idea that mental stillness is a state of neurological shutdown is not just incorrect, it is the opposite of the truth. This is the central, and quietly alarming, truth of our exploration today. True, cultivated stillness is a state of extraordinarily heightened and coherent neurological activity. It is not a power down. It is a power asterisk up. Imagine your mind isn't a single machine, but a vast orchestra. In its normal, everyday state, the orchestra is a cacophony. The strings are playing one tune, the brass section another, and the percussion is practicing a chaotic rhythm. It's loud, disorganized, and inefficient. This is similar to the high beta brainwave state associated with stress, where different parts of your brain are competing for resources. Now, what most people think meditation does is tell the entire orchestra to go home, leaving the concert hall empty and silent. This would be the shutdown, the state of unconsciousness. But what actually happens in a state of deep, meditative stillness is that a conductor gently steps forward. With a calm, focused presence, the conductor brings every musician into harmony. The noise ceases not because the music stops, but because every instrument begins to play the same powerful, resonant, and perfectly synchronized note. The result is a sound that is both incredibly powerful and incredibly peaceful. The energy in the room hasn't vanished, it has been focused, harmonized, and amplified. This is a good analogy for what happens in the brain. True stillness is not the absence of mental activity. It is the synchronization of mental activity. It's a state where vast networks of neurons, instead of firing chaotically, begin to fire in a harmonious rhythm. This coherence creates brainwave patterns that are rarely seen in an ordinary waking state, patterns associated with insight, focus, and a deep sense of well-being. To truly grasp this, we need to move beyond analogy and into the science itself. We need to learn the language of the brain. And that language is written in brainwaves. To understand the monumental difference between the shutdown of unconsciousness and the super-awareness of stillness, we must first understand neural oscillation. We need to take a journey through the different frequencies of your own mind. This is where the evidence becomes undeniable, and the implications become quietly staggering. A journey through brainwaves, the language of your mind. To really see the difference between stillness and unconsciousness, we have to look under the hood. Our brains are electric. Billions of neurons communicate using tiny electrical pulses. When vast groups of these neurons fire together in a synchronized rhythm, they create a wave of electrical energy. This is a brainwave. We can measure these waves with a technology called an EEG, which places sensors on the scalp to listen to the brain's electrical symphony. Neuroscientists have discovered that different patterns of brainwaves correlate with vastly different states of consciousness. These waves are measured in hertz or cycles per second, and are generally categorized into 5 main types: delta, theta, alpha, beta, and gamma. Understanding these brainwave states is the key to unlocking the entire mystery. Let's explore them, one by one. The shutdown state. Delta waves, 0.5 to 4 Hz, asterisk. Imagine the deepest bass note in the brain's orchestra. That's the delta wave. These are the slowest and highest amplitude brainwaves, the signature of deep, dreamless sleep. When your brain is producing mostly delta waves, you are unconscious. There is no self-awareness, no sense of time. This is the brain in its most profound state of physical restoration. During delta sleep, your body is repairing tissues and your brain is performing a vital cleaning function, washing away metabolic waste. It is absolutely essential for health. But from the perspective of consciousness, it is a total blackout. Studies confirm that meditative states show very little delta activity, confirming that meditation is fundamentally different from sleep. The drifting state. Theta waves, 4 to 8 Hz, asterisk. Moving up in frequency, we encounter theta waves. Think of theta as the twilight state. It's the dreamy, hazy realm you inhabit just as you're falling asleep or waking up. It's also dominant during REM sleep, where most dreaming occurs. Theta is a gateway to the subconscious, a wellspring of creativity and intuition. However, for someone trying to cultivate stillness, theta is also a trap. Many beginner meditators mistake the drowsy, floaty feeling of a theta state for successful meditation. It feels quiet because the chattering mind is gone, but it lacks the sharp clarity of true stillness. You're not asleep, but you're not fully present. It's a step towards unconsciousness, not superconsciousness. The relaxed awareness state. Alpha waves, 8 to 12 Hz, asterisk. This is where things become interesting. Alpha waves are the bridge between our subconscious and conscious mind. They become dominant when you are awake and alert, but calm and relaxed. Simply closing your eyes and taking a few deep breaths will increase alpha waves in your brain. Alpha represents the brain shifting gears from active engagement to a state of relaxed, internal awareness. This is the foundational state of true stillness. You are alert, present, and aware, but not effortfully engaged. It is here that the conscious mind begins to witness its own processes without being swept away. Experienced meditators can produce powerful alpha waves, maintaining a state of calm alertness. The active thinking state. Beta waves, 12 to 38 Hz, asterisk. Beta is our default state for most of the waking day. These are faster waves associated with active thinking, problem solving, and focused attention on the external world. Beta is essential for functioning. However, the higher end of the beta spectrum is also the home of stress, anxiety, and the relentless inner critic. This is the monkey mind. The goal of practices like meditation is not to eliminate beta, but to calm the chaotic, high-frequency activity and shift into the more coherent and restful state of alpha. The peak performance state. Gamma waves, 38 to 100 plus Hz, asterisk. And now, we arrive at the most subtle part of our story. Gamma waves are the fastest brainwaves yet discovered. For a long time, their significance was poorly understood. But recent research has revealed that gamma is the signature of a brain operating at its peak. Gamma waves are believed to be the binding waves, linking information from all parts of the brain simultaneously. When you have an aha moment, your brain produces a burst of gamma waves. Here is the truly remarkable discovery. In a series of studies led by neuroscientist Richard Davidson, researchers hooked up advanced Tibetan Buddhist monks to EEG machines. They were asked to meditate on compassion. The results were so dramatic, the researchers initially thought their equipment was broken. As the monks began to meditate, the monitors showed a massive, sustained burst of gamma wave activity on a scale never before seen in a healthy human brain. In a normal person, a gamma burst might last a fraction of a second. In these monks, the powerful, coherent gamma waves were sustained for the entire meditation. This is the ultimate scientific evidence. The state of profound stillness was not a shutdown. It was not empty. It was the most integrated, coherent, and powerfully active brain state science had ever recorded. Their brains were firing on all cylinders, in perfect harmony. What's more, these monks showed higher levels of baseline gamma activity even when not meditating, suggesting the practice had permanently rewired their brains. This is neuroplasticity in its most profound form. So let's put it all together. Unconsciousness is a descent into the slow rhythm of delta, a state with no awareness. Stillness, on the other hand, begins with the relaxed awareness of alpha, and can ascend into the hyper-coherent, peak performance state of gamma. One is a power down for physical repair. The other is a power up for conscious evolution. They are not just different, they are polar opposites. The tale of two brains, stillness versus unconsciousness in action. Now that we have the scientific vocabulary, let's paint a clearer picture by putting these two states side by side. Brain number 1. The unconscious brain, the shutdown, asterisk. Think of the unconscious brain as a sprawling city that has closed for the night. The main production centers, the areas for conscious thought and decision-making, are dark. The executive centers in the prefrontal cortex are offline. But the city isn't dead. A specialized night crew has taken over. This is the Delta Wave crew. They are moving through the facility, performing essential maintenance, cleaning out metabolic waste, and repairing cellular machinery. This work is critical, but it happens in the dark, without any oversight. The city's alarm system, the amygdala, is powered down. Communication across the brain is minimal. This is a state of deep biological rest, but it is a complete shutdown of conscious operation. Brain number 2. The still brain, the super-aware state, asterisk. Now, let's look at the still brain. This city is not shut down. In fact, all the lights are on, but they are glowing with a steady, coherent hum. This is the brain in a state of high alpha and gamma coherence. The executive centers in the prefrontal cortex are not offline. They are sitting calmly in the control room, fully aware, but not frantically pulling levers. They are in a state of relaxed command. A key system to understand here is the dynamic between the default mode network, DMN, the source of our internal chatter, and the task-positive network, TPN. In most people, these two networks are like a seesaw. But in meditators, something remarkable happens. The DMN, the mind-wandering network, becomes significantly quieter. Instead of just switching to another network, a new, integrated state emerges where connectivity between networks and regions associated with self-monitoring gets stronger. The city's alarm, the amygdala, isn't offline, but it's incredibly calm. It is responsive, but not reactive. Most importantly, the whole city is bathed in the light of gamma waves. This is the result of neuronal groups across the brain firing in perfect synchrony. Information is being integrated in real time. This isn't a state of blankness, it's a state of profound synthesis. The brain is not empty, it is maximally receptive. This is a brain actively upgrading its own operating system. One city is closed for maintenance. The other is operating at its absolute peak of harmonious efficiency. If you're finding this calm exploration into the brain's inner workings as interesting as I do, consider subscribing to the channel. We go deep into the science of human potential each week, and by joining our community, you won't miss out on the tools and knowledge that can help you upgrade your own mind. Now, let's get into what all of this actually means for you. The so what? Unlocking your potential versus staying shut down. This exploration of brainwaves is more than just a science lesson. The distinction between stillness and unconsciousness has quiet, practical implications for your everyday life. Asterisk 1. Enhanced focus and attention. Asterisk in a world of constant distraction, the ability to place your attention where you want it is a rare skill. The chaotic beta wave state is a mind pulled in a dozen directions. By training your brain to enter and sustain alpha and gamma states, you are literally strengthening your attentional control circuits. The default mode network, the part of your brain responsible for mind wandering, quiets down. This means less distraction and the ability to enter deep states of concentration. Asterisk asterisk 2. Superior emotional regulation. Asterisk asterisk think back to our city analogy. The amygdala is the brain's alarm system. In an untrained mind, this alarm is hypersensitive. Meditative practice strengthens the connection between the prefrontal cortex and the amygdala. This doesn't mean you stop feeling. It means you stop being controlled by your feelings. You create a crucial space between a trigger and your response. You can observe a feeling of anger or fear rising without becoming it. Asterisk asterisk 3. A surge in creativity and problem solving. Asterisk asterisk where do aha moments come from? They arise when your brain connects seemingly unrelated ideas. As we've learned, this process is the specialty of gamma waves. By cultivating stillness, you create the perfect neurological environment for insight. You quiet the surface-level chatter that keeps thinking locked in old patterns and allow deeper, more associative parts of your brain to go to work. Asterisk asterisk 4. Measurable reduction in stress and anxiety. Asterisk asterisk the feeling of stress is the experience of a brain stuck in high-frequency beta and an overactive amygdala. The practice of cultivating stillness is a direct antidote. It activates the parasympathetic nervous system, the rest and digest system, which lowers your heart rate and reduces the stress hormone cortisol. On a neurological level, you are teaching your brain to shift out of its fight or flight mode and into a state of safety and calm. As the brain rewires itself, this calmer state can become your new default. The opposite is remaining in a cycle of confusion, where you mistake the dullness of a drowsy state for real peace. In that state, you gain little insight and you don't achieve the coherent gamma activity needed for peak performance. You are choosing the shutdown over the upgrade. How to cultivate true stillness without falling asleep. So, how do you actually do this? How do you navigate your brain out of the chaos of beta, past the trap of drowsy theta, and into the clear states of alpha and gamma? Here are a few foundational principles. Asterisk asterisk 1. Posture is paramount. Asterisk asterisk this may sound simple, but it is important. When you slouch, your body sends a signal to your brain that it's time to rest. To cultivate wakeful stillness, an upright, dignified posture, spine straight but not rigid, tells your nervous system that this is an activity of wakeful presence. Asterisk asterisk 2. Anchor your attention. Asterisk asterisk the mind needs a place to rest. You cannot simply tell it to be empty. Instead, you give it a simple, neutral object of focus. The most common anchor is the physical sensation of your breath. Don't think about your breath, feel it. Feel the air entering, the slight expansion of your chest, and the air leaving. This anchor acts as a home base for your attention. Asterisk asterisk 3. The gentle return. Asterisk asterisk your mind will wander. That is its nature. The goal is not to have a perfectly unbroken focus. The training happens in the moment you realize your mind has wandered, and you gently, without judgment, guide it back to your anchor. Every time you do this, you are strengthening your attentional muscles. Asterisk asterisk 4. Discern the quality of your state. Asterisk asterisk this is the most subtle skill. You must become a connoisseur of your own consciousness. Start to notice the difference between the foggy, heavy feeling of drowsiness, theta, and the clear, spacious feeling of calm alertness, alpha. When you feel drowsiness, you can straighten your posture or bring a sharper focus to your anchor. The goal is to ride the edge between relaxation and sleep, staying firmly on the side of wakeful presence. With practice, this balance becomes more natural. This is not about forcing the mind into submission. It is a gentle but persistent training, guiding the orchestra of your brain back to a state of powerful harmony. Conclusion. We began with a simple question. What is a quiet mind? We have journeyed through the intricate electrical symphony of the brain and discovered a quiet but profound truth. The common goal of emptying the mind is a misunderstanding. The pursuit of a blank state leads not to enlightenment, but to the edge of unconsciousness, a neurological shutdown that offers rest but little growth. True stillness, the state cultivated by advanced meditators and accessible to all of us, is the polar opposite. It is not empty, it is full. It is a state of profound neurological coherence, where the brain's activity becomes more powerful and more integrated. It is the calm alertness of alpha and the peak performance integration of gamma. It is a state of super-awareness. The implications are life-changing. Stillness is not an escape from life. It is a tool to engage with life more fully, with more clarity, focus, and compassion. It is the master skill that unlocks our potential. So the next time you hear someone talk about emptying their mind, you will know the deeper truth. The goal isn't to turn the lights off. The goal is to turn them all on, at the same time, in perfect, brilliant harmony. What happens for you when your mind starts to quiet down? Do you notice the pull towards drowsiness, or have you experienced moments of that clear, vibrant stillness? Feel free to share your experience in the comments below. We are all on this journey of discovery together. The superpower you unlock by doing nothing. We have come to believe that the mind is a tool that must always be active. That to be better, we must do more, focus harder, and fill every empty moment. But what if that belief is based on a misunderstanding? What if the path to a clearer, more resilient, and more creative mind is found not in constant effort, but in its opposite? Science is beginning to reveal something quietly extraordinary. In moments of true stillness, the brain does not simply turn off. It enters a different state of being, a mode of deep restoration and integration. It begins to do the work it cannot do when we are busy paying attention to the world outside. This is an exploration of that hidden state, a journey into the biology of doing nothing. Not as an absence, but as a profound and necessary process. The condition of the modern mind. We live in a time that values constant engagement. Our days are often structured as a sequence of tasks, our devices provide an endless stream of input, and our minds have become noisy, open spaces with no doors to close. We have grown accustomed to input, and perhaps uncomfortable with the quiet. An empty moment can feel like a wasted moment. We listen to something while we walk, we scroll while we wait, we process information even when we are meant to be at rest. We are, in a biological sense, chronically stimulated, and this has consequences. This state of constant doing creates a condition that could be called attentional fatigue. Our capacity for focused thought, sometimes called directed attention, is finite. When it is made to work without recovery, processing information, making decisions, switching tasks, it becomes exhausted. The ability to concentrate begins to fray. We make more errors. Our thinking can become shallow. This is not a failure of character, it is a biological principle. The brain is not designed for the unbroken focus our modern world often asks of it. Its endurance seems to depend on a rhythm many of us have lost, the rhythm of engagement, followed by periods of true, unstructured rest. The problem goes deeper than simple fatigue. This non-stop state of activity can keep our nervous system in a low-grade state of alert, often called fight or flight. Every notification, every urgent demand, can be interpreted by the ancient parts of our brain as a small but meaningful event requiring vigilance. This activates the amygdala, the brain's alarm system. In response, the body releases stress hormones like cortisol. In the short term, this is useful. It makes us alert. But when this becomes our default state, it is costly. Chronic activation of this system can tax our adrenal glands, disrupt sleep, and make it more difficult for the prefrontal cortex, the more rational, planning part of our brain, to function at its best. we can become less thoughtful and more reactive. We have created an internal environment where the mind is so occupied with the urgent that it has little room for the important. There is less space for quiet contemplation, for the slow, wandering connections that often lead to insight. We feel a pressure to be on, and in doing so, we may have forgotten how to simply be. We have mistaken activity for progress and filled our lives with so much noise that we can no longer hear the quiet signals our own biology is sending us, the call for a pause. The solution, as counterintuitive as it may seem, is not to manage the noise better. The solution is to strategically and deliberately step away from it. The counterintuitive solution, strategic stillness. In a culture focused on forward momentum, the idea of doing nothing can sound unproductive, even indulgent. But this is a misunderstanding of what nothing means in a neurological sense. The stillness we are exploring is not emptiness. The goal is not a blank mind, which is likely impossible anyway. It is about a deliberate, strategic withdrawal of external tasks and inputs. It is the art of creating in scheduled time where the brain is free from the demand to perform. It is the walk without a podcast. The 10 minutes spent looking out a window. It is the conscious choice to let the mind wander where it wants to go, without directing it and without filling the silence with a distraction. For many of us, this is an unfamiliar and sometimes uncomfortable feeling. A brain accustomed to constant stimulation will often protest at first. It will look for a problem to solve or a feed to check. But if you can move past that initial urge, something remarkable begins to happen. You give the brain the signal that it is safe, that the perceived need for vigilance is over. It can finally shift from its high energy, doing mode to its deeply restorative, being mode. This is not a passive state. It is a fundamental neurological shift. Scientists have discovered that when we disengage from external goals, the brain doesn't just go quiet. It activates a different, powerful network of regions that had been less active. All day, we use the brain's task-positive network to focus on the outside world. But the moment we disengage, another system comes online, a system now recognized as being central to some of our highest functions. This is the hidden capacity we may have forgotten how to access. This shift has observable effects. Research has shown that the brain can perceive true silence as a highly unusual stimulus. In one study, researchers exposed mice to various sounds, with silence used as a simple baseline. The results were surprising. The periods of silence ended up having the most significant effect. It was so different from the constant ambient noise that it appeared to trigger a state of alertness and initiated a process of growth and repair within the brain. Doing nothing, then, can be seen as a form of active recovery. You are not just stopping the wear caused by constant activity. You are initiating a cascade of restorative processes that can make the brain more resilient. It is a productive form of unproductivity. You are stepping back to allow for a quiet leap forward, letting the brain's own intelligence heal and integrate its own operating system. This is not philosophy, it is biology. And the changes that occur within the brain during these periods of quiet are worth exploring. The neurological processes in the quiet. When the brain is given the gift of stillness, it begins a systematic process of transformation. This isn't just a feeling of being relaxed. It is a series of deep, measurable changes. Let's look at what the science suggests happens in these moments. Part A. Building brain cells, hippocampal neurogenesis. For a long time, it was a central belief in neuroscience that the adult brain was fixed. That after a certain point, it was a slow process of decline. This idea has now been overturned. We now know the adult brain can grow new neurons in a process called neurogenesis. And one of the surprising triggers for this process appears to be silence. A 2013 study published in the journal Brain, Structure, and Function provided compelling evidence. In experiments with mice, Scientists found that a daily regimen of 2 hours of silence resulted in significant new cell growth in the hippocampus, a part of the brain critical for memory and learning. What was notable was that these new cells matured and integrated themselves into the brain's existing circuits, becoming functional neurons. The silence seemed to be actively helping to build a more robust brain. The hippocampus is a hub for learning, memory, and emotional regulation. It helps convert short-term experiences into long-term memories. Stimulating the growth of new neurons in this region suggests a way to enhance these functions. It points to the possibility that we are not just preventing cognitive decline, but actively building new neural hardware through the simple act of being quiet. The idea that one can sit in stillness and encourage the growth of the part of the brain responsible for memory is a powerful testament to the restorative capacity of doing nothing. Part B. A mental cleanse, clearing metabolic waste. Every living cell produces waste, and the neurons in our brain are no different. As they work all day, they generate metabolic byproducts. In a healthy brain, a dedicated system of cells, known as the glymphatic system, works to flush out this waste. This process is most active during deep sleep and is vital for neural health. One of the waste products this system clears is a protein called beta amyloid. When it isn't cleared effectively, it can form the plaques associated with neurodegenerative conditions like Alzheimer's disease. Even a single night of poor sleep can correspond to an increase in these proteins. This is where quiet, wakeful rest may play a supportive role. While deep sleep is the primary time for this cleansing, periods of doing nothing during the day reduce the overall metabolic load on the brain. When you disengage from demanding tasks, you lower the brain's energy consumption and waste production. It is like giving the cleaning crew a less cluttered space to work in later. By intentionally stepping away from the churn of information, you're participating in a maintenance process that supports long-term brain health. Each moment of quiet is a small act that helps keep the neural environment clean, reducing the burden on the brain's restorative systems. Part C. The inner universe. The default mode network. For decades, neuroscientists were primarily interested in what the brain did when performing a task. The moments in between, when a person was simply resting, were often dismissed as meaningless background noise. It turns out they were ignoring a fascinating signal. Researchers eventually discovered that when the brain is at rest, not focused on an external task, a large network of brain regions consistently becomes highly active. They called it the default mode network, DMN, because it seemed to be the brain's baseline state. Far from being idle, the DMN is now understood to be involved in some of our most sophisticated human abilities. It is the network that seems to support creativity, self-reflection, and complex problem-solving. The DMN is what allows you to reflect on your past and imagine the future. It connects distant ideas and memories to generate new solutions. This is likely why our best ideas often arrive in the shower, on a long walk, or while daydreaming. In those moments, you have disengaged the task-focused parts of your brain, allowing the DMN to come online and begin its work of sifting through knowledge and making unexpected connections. Some research has even suggested a causal link between this network and creativity. By doing nothing, you are not turning the brain off, you are switching on this inner engine of innovation. You are creating the neurological conditions for insight and for a deeper understanding of yourself. Part D. The reset. Calming the nervous system. Finally, at a fundamental level, doing nothing acts as a reset for the nervous system. As we discussed, modern life can keep us in a state of chronic sympathetic nervous system activation, the fight or flight mode. This state is metabolically expensive and emotionally draining. Quiet and stillness are powerful natural triggers for its counterpart, the parasympathetic nervous system, also known as the rest and digest system. When you enter a state of quiet, your brain sends a signal that the threat has passed. Your heart rate can slow, your blood pressure can drop, and your muscles can relax. This has a direct effect on the amygdala, the brain's threat detector. Overstimulation keeps the amygdala in a state of hyperreactivity. Silence appears to do the opposite. One study found that just 2 minutes of silence could be more relaxing than listening to relaxing music, as measured by changes in blood pressure and heart rate. By regularly engaging in periods of quiet, you are refamiliarizing your nervous system with a state of calm. Your baseline level of anxiety may decrease. Your resilience to stress can increase. You are recalibrating your biological operating system for a state of greater stability. The experience of a quieter mind. The science is compelling, but what does this shift feel like in daily life? It can be subtle, yet transformative. It is like moving from a world perceived through a filter of noise to one experienced with greater clarity. The first thing one might notice is a change in the texture of thought. The chaotic inner chatter begins to settle. It does not vanish, but its volume is turned down. The loops of worry can become less gripping. Instead of a frantic competition of thoughts, they may begin to flow with more coherence. This is an experiential reflection of a calmer amygdala and a more regulated nervous system. The prefrontal cortex is more fully online, allowing for more measured thinking. With this inner quiet often comes a sense of stability. Moods, no longer driven by constant surges of stress hormones, can become steadier. There is a feeling of being more anchored, a calm center in the midst of daily pressures. This is the result of a nervous system that has learned to return to its parasympathetic, rest and digest, state. Then, there are the aha moments. Ideas and solutions to problems can surface with surprising clarity, often when you are not trying to find them. This is your default mode network, having been given the quiet space to work. It integrates information in the background and then presents a novel connection. Creativity re-emerges not as something forced, but as a natural consequence of a new mental state. Cognitive performance also sharpens. Memory can feel more reliable. The ability to focus when you do choose to engage in a task is enhanced. Having given your directed attention proper rest, it is stronger. You can enter periods of deep work with greater ease. Perhaps one of the most unexpected effects is a sharpening of sensory perception. As the brain allocates fewer resources to processing noise, the senses can seem to come alive. Food may taste more flavorful. Colors might appear more vivid. You might notice the subtle scent of rain or the intricate pattern in a leaf. The world, which can become a dull backdrop to our inner chaos, re-emerges in high definition. You are not just calmer, you are more present, more connected to the reality of the moment. An invitation to stillness. Understanding the biology is the first step. The transformation comes from practice. The appeal of this idea is its simplicity. It does not require special equipment or a drastic change in lifestyle. It only requires small, consistent pockets of intentional stillness. The research on mice, for instance, used a target of 2 hours of quiet a day to see benefits like neurogenesis. 2 hours might sound like a lot, but it does not need to be done all at once. It is about reclaiming the small, empty moments that technology has often filled. It is about weaving micro-doses of quiet into the fabric of daily life. So here is a suggestion. An experiment. For the next few days, perhaps try to find just 5 minutes to sit without any input. That is all. Find a comfortable chair, set a timer if you like, and for those 5 minutes, simply be. No phone, no music, no book. Your mind will wander. Let it. You might feel bored or an urge to do something. Notice that feeling, and let it pass. The goal is not to have a special experience. The goal is simply to sit through the 5 minutes of unstructured time. To see what the brain does when it is not being told what to do. From there, you can begin to notice other opportunities. Here are a few ways one might accumulate quiet. 1. Begin the day in silence. **** Before reaching for a device, You could spend the first few minutes of the day just being. Notice the light in the room. Stretch. Start the day from a place of quiet, not reaction. 2. Reclaim a commute. If you drive, try doing it without audio. If you take public transit, perhaps put the phone away and simply observe the world going by. 3. Take a silent walk. A walk, even a short one, without earbuds can be a powerful way to find quiet. Let the sounds of the environment be the soundtrack. 4. Schedule. Nothing breaks. Just as we schedule meetings, you could schedule 2 or 3 10-minute breaks into the workday to step away from the screen and do nothing at all. This is not another task to add to a list. It is a strategic subtraction. It is removing the noise to allow the signal to come through, creating the space the brain needs to do its most important, quiet work. Conclusion. We have been told a story. The story is that the path to a better life and a smarter brain is paved with more activity, more information, more optimization. But the deep, emerging truth from neuroscience suggests the opposite. The most profound upgrades to our mental and emotional well-being may be found not by adding more, but by strategically taking away. We have explored the quiet rebirth that can happen in stillness, the growth of new cells in the brain's memory center, the activation of its creative network, the essential clearing of metabolic waste, and the deep, calming reset of the nervous system. We have seen that this is not just a fleeting feeling of peace, but a process that can build a more resilient, stable, and insightful mind. This capacity, this state of calm clarity and creative flow, is not something that must be earned or fought for. It is a biological birthright, a default setting waiting to be accessed. It is a quiet hum beneath the noise of modern life. You do not need to climb a mountain to find it. You just need to turn down the volume of the world for a few moments each day. The power to experience this is already within you. You just have to get quiet enough to unlock it. Why your brain is terrified of silence. Image of a serene, quiet room. A person sits comfortably, eyes closed. The image is peaceful for a moment, then subtly starts to distort, as if a low-frequency vibration is shaking it. The audio is dead silent. The moment a room goes quiet, you expect peace. You expect the mental chatter to die down, for the frantic pace of the day to finally fade. But for a lot of us, the exact opposite happens. The second the external noise stops, the internal noise starts to scream. It feels like an ambush, doesn't it? Suddenly, your brain decides it's the perfect time to remind you of that embarrassing thing you said 5 years ago. It pulls up a high-definition replay of a cringy moment from high school. It drafts a color-coded, alphabetized list of every potential disaster that could unfold next week. What was supposed to be a moment of zen turns into a courtroom drama where you're the plaintiff, the defendant, and the judge, and you're losing. This isn't a personal failing. You're not broken. What you're experiencing is a feature, not a bug, of your brain's hidden security system. It's an ancient protocol that treats silence not as peace, but as a potential threat, an error message that needs to be fixed, right now. This is the story of your mind's invisible security guard, why it's terrified of silence, and how understanding its bizarre logic can help you finally find the quiet you've been looking for. We're going to explore the neuroscience of why your brain hates a vacuum, why thoughts snap back with such force, and why the very thing your mind fears might be the one thing it needs most. The inner security guard. Meet your default mode network. To understand why your brain panics in the quiet, you need to meet the network running the show behind the scenes. It's a vast, interconnected system of brain regions called the default mode network or DMN. First identified by neurologist Marcus Reichel in the early 2000s, the DMN is what your brain defaults to when you're not focused on an outside task. You might think that when you stop doing something, put down your phone, turn off the TV, or just stare out a window, your brain powers down. It doesn't, not even close. Instead, the DMN roars to life. It's a network that includes major hubs for self-reflection, memory retrieval, and future planning. When the DMN is active, you are basically time traveling. You're ruminating on the past, worrying about the future, and constructing stories about who you are. The DMN is responsible for daydreaming, replaying conversations in your head, and for that sudden, gut-wrenching memory of forgetting someone's name at a party a decade ago. Think of the DMN as your mind's internal security guard. Its job is to constantly scan your inner world for problems to solve. When you're busy with a task like writing an email, the guard is looking outward, watching the front door. But the moment you stop, the moment silence falls, the guard turns its flashlight inward. It starts pacing the hallways of your mind, checking every door, rattling every handle. Did we lock the cringy memories vault? What's that noise from the future anxieties wing? We need to run a full diagnostic on the unpaid bills server right now. This isn't a calm patrol. It's a frantic, hyper-vigilant search for anything that might be out of place. The DMN isn't designed for peace, it's designed for problem solving. It treats your life and your identity as a complex set of data to be endlessly analyzed. Without new data coming from the outside world, it just redoubles its efforts on the data it already has, your memories, your emotions, and your fears. When you sit in silence, you're not giving your brain a break. You are handing the microphone to its most restless and self-obsessed network. And that network has a lot to say. This is why the silence feels so loud. It's not an absence of noise, but a change in its source. The external noise is replaced by an internal one, and this internal noise feels far more personal and urgent because it's broadcast directly from the parts of your brain that build your sense of self. The anxiety you feel is the sound of your own mind desperately trying to fill the void. The ghost in the machine, the evolutionary fear of quiet. This reflexive aversion to silence isn't just a weird quirk of modern life. It may be a ghost in our evolutionary machine, a survival instinct passed down from ancestors who lived in a world where silence was rarely golden. In fact, it was often a warning sign. The theory goes something like this. Picture yourself tens of thousands of years ago on the open savanna. The world is a symphony of sound. Wind in the grass, chirping insects, distant bird calls. This ambient noise is the soundtrack of safety. It's the confirmation that the ecosystem is in its normal, balanced state. Now, imagine all of that sound suddenly stops. The birds go quiet. The insects fall silent. What does this sudden, deep silence mean? For our ancestors, it likely meant one thing: a predator is near. The prey animals have all frozen, holding their breath. The silence is a colossal, ringing alarm bell. In that world, the individuals who reacted to silence with a jolt of anxiety, whose bodies flooded with adrenaline and became hyper-aware, were the ones who survived. Their nervous systems were wired with a brutally effective equation: silence equals danger. Those who found the quiet peaceful and took a moment to enjoy it were probably the first to get picked off. They didn't pass on their genes. We are the descendants of the anxious and the jumpy. We've inherited the nervous systems of the perpetually vigilant. Fast forward to today. You're in your perfectly safe living room. There are no predators behind the sofa. Yet, when the house goes quiet, that ancient programming can kick in. Your amygdala, the brain's primal fear center, doesn't know the difference between a silent savanna and a silent suburb. It detects an absence of familiar sound and can flag it as a potential threat. It sends an alert to the rest of your brain, which then scrambles to figure out what's wrong. This is where the default mode network, our overzealous security guard, gets called into action. The amygdala shouts, "Potential threat detected," and the DMN responds by frantically searching for the source of the danger. Since there are no external threats, it turns its investigation inward, assessing all potential internal threats, unresolved conflicts, financial worries, past mistakes. The danger must be in here somewhere. It seems to scream. Your brain isn't trying to torture you. It's trying to protect you by running a diagnostic based on an evolutionary script that's thousands of years out of date. The discomfort you feel in silence is, in a very real sense, a biological echo. You're not just fighting your own thoughts. You're fighting the collective survival strategy of a species that learned, the hard way, to be terrified of the quiet. The science of the snap back, why thoughts jolt back in. So, your brain hates a vacuum. But what about those rare moments when you actually succeed? You're deep in meditation, or just zoning out, and the mental chatter finally fades. For a fleeting second, there is nothing. A blissful void. And then, bam, a thought crashes back into your consciousness like a freight train. Why does the peace never last? This isn't just your focus failing. It's a neurological event involving a clash of major brain networks. First, let's look at that state of nothingness. Neuroscientists call this mind blanking. It's not the same as mind wandering. It's a genuine pause in thought. A moment where you can't report any mental content. Studies show that during these moments, some of the brain's thought generation hubs can temporarily go into a sleep-like state. For a moment, the highway of your mind is empty. This is where the drama begins. Your brain has another critical network, a rival to the introspective DMN. The salience network, SN*. If the DMN is the daydreaming philosopher, the salience network is the emergency broadcast system. Its job is to constantly scan for what is salient, what is important, urgent, or surprising. It's the network that makes you jump at an unexpected noise or makes your heart race when you realize you've made a mistake. Think of the DMN and the salience network as two systems that take turns using the stage of your consciousness. The salience network is the bouncer that decides who gets the microphone. When you rest, it usually hands the keys to the DMN to daydream and reflect. But when you achieve mind blanking, you've done something radical. You've kicked everyone off the stage. The DMN is quiet, and there are no tasks for other networks to manage. The stage is empty. The salience network treats this emptiness as an anomaly, an error that must be corrected. An empty stage is a waste of resources. It detects this profound lack of activity and interprets it as a highly salient event in itself. Why is everything so quiet? It screams, and it slams the alert button. This is the snap back. Neurologically, this snap back is often accompanied by a sudden burst of brainwaves that neuroscience studies have linked to the spontaneous emergence of thoughts. After a period of quiet, these bursts act like a neurological jump start, kicking the engine of thought back into gear. The salience network, having detected the problem of silence, effectively triggers one of these bursts, forcing any thought, back onto the stage. The reason it feels so abrupt is because you're experiencing a rapid, system-wide state change. It's the neurological equivalent of being asleep one moment and having a bucket of ice water thrown on you the next. The jolt is your brain's emergency broadcast system overriding the quiet and forcing the system back online. So, the snap back isn't a sign of your failure to meditate. It's a sign that your brain's fundamental operating systems are working exactly as they're supposed to. The brain on overdrive, when the security system goes haywire. This hair-trigger system was designed for a world of intermittent threats, but it was never built for the world we live in now. Today, we're drowning in a sea of artificial stimulation. Our phones buzz, our screens flash, and our headphones pipe in a constant stream of content. We have effectively trained our brains to exist in a state of perpetual noise. This has a dangerous side effect. It recalibrates our baseline for what feels normal. The constant flood of external stimuli keeps our salience network on low-grade, constant alert. Silence, in this context, becomes even more jarring. The contrast is so stark that it can send our neural security system into a full-blown panic. We've become so used to distraction that we've forgotten how to simply be. We are, in a very real sense, addicted to noise. This problem is massively compounded by another modern epidemic: sleep deprivation. Sleep is when the brain performs its most critical maintenance. When you're sleep deprived, your brain doesn't just get tired, it gets glitchy. You may have experienced this as a momentary blank out or attention lapse, followed by a jolt back to alertness. This happens because your exhausted brain is struggling. Different parts of your brain can momentarily go offline in what's known as local sleep, even while you're awake. This creates a vicious cycle. You're tired, so your attention lapses and your mind blanks out. The salience network detects this lapse as a critical error. We're falling asleep on the job, and triggers a powerful jolt of alertness to bring you back online. This jolt often leaves you feeling wired but still exhausted. This is the state so many of us live in, mentally exhausted but unable to switch off. When we finally get a moment of intentional silence, our brains are already primed for chaos. The DMN, which becomes hyperactive in sleep-deprived individuals, goes into overdrive, producing a storm of anxious, looping thoughts. Our modern lifestyle has created the perfect storm for a haywire internal security system. We've trained it to fear silence and then deprived it of the sleep it needs to stay balanced. The twist: the secret superpower of silence. So far, silence sounds like a recipe for anxiety and chaos. But here's the twist. The great irony is that the very thing your brain fights so hard to avoid is one of the most powerful nutrients for its own health and growth. While your mind is screaming, "Danger," your neurons are crying out for a break. For decades, we thought the adult brain was fixed. We now know that's not true. The brain can grow new neurons throughout our lives in a process called neurogenesis. And one of the most potent triggers for neurogenesis, especially in the hippocampus, a region critical for memory, learning, and emotion, is silence. A landmark 2013 study in the journal Brain, Structure and Function exposed mice to various sounds and periods of complete silence. The researchers were stunned by the results. The only thing that prompted a significant growth of new brain cells in the hippocampus was 2 hours of silence per day. Silence, and only silence, was actively regenerating the brain. Let that sink in. The state your brain perceives as a threat is the very state that helps create new, healthy brain cells in the seat of your memory. And more recent studies continue to reinforce this, with some research showing that even a few days of silence can start rewiring the brain for the better. The benefits don't stop there. Noise can trigger stress hormones like cortisol. Silence does the exact opposite. Research has shown that just 2 minutes of silence can be more relaxing than listening to relaxing music, leading to a significant drop in blood pressure and heart rate. It actively calms the storm. Perhaps most profoundly, silence is the key to unlocking a more powerful mode of thinking. In moments of quiet solitude, think of the shower effect. The DMN is free to roam. It starts to connect distant memories and make novel associations. This is where creativity is born. By disengaging from the outside world, you allow your brain to process experiences and solve problems your focused mind could never crack. Silence isn't empty, it's a processing state. It's where the brain consolidates memories, integrates emotions, and generates insight. The paradox is this: your brain's security guard is terrified of silence because it mistakes it for danger. But in its effort to protect you, it's preventing you from accessing one of the most powerful resources your brain possesses. Taming the beast: practical steps to befriend silence. So, how do we retrain a brain that's hardwired to panic in the quiet? The goal isn't to force your mind into submission. It's to gently and patiently teach your nervous system that silence is not a threat, but a sanctuary. You start small. ****1. The 5-minute silence challenge. ****. Once a day, find a comfortable place to sit and set a timer for 5 minutes. Your only job is to sit and breathe. Your DMN will go into overdrive. The mental chatter will be deafening. That's okay. Your task is not to stop the thoughts, but to simply observe them. Imagine you are on the bank of a river, and your thoughts are leaves floating by. Just watch them come and go. When you do this, you teach your brain that you are not your thoughts. You are the observer of your thoughts. ********. 2. Start your day analog. For the first 15 to 30 minutes of your day, don't look at a screen. The moment you check your phone, you inject your brain with a cocktail of other people's agendas. Instead, let your brain wake up slowly. Make coffee. Stretch. Look out the window. This creates a calm foundation for the rest of your day. ***3. Practice auditory fasting. Intentionally schedule short, 5 to 10 minute sound snacks throughout your day. Step away from your desk without your phone. Drive home from work without the radio on. These small pockets of silence act like reset buttons for your nervous system, making deeper silence feel less like a shock and more like a relief. ***4. Engage in mindful, silent activities. Incorporate activities that are naturally quiet. Go for a walk and pay attention to the sounds of your footsteps. Wash the dishes by hand and focus on the sensation of the warm water. These simple, sensory tasks occupy your brain just enough to prevent the DMN from spiraling into anxiety, but they're quiet enough to allow for mental calm. The goal of all these practices is the same: to create positive, safe associations with silence. With each peaceful moment, you are laying down a new neural pathway. You are telling your ancient, frightened brain, it's okay. We are safe. You can stand down. Over time, the security guard begins to relax, and the silence begins to feel less like a threat and more like coming home. The final loop: embracing the snap back. As you practice, you will inevitably encounter that old jolt, the snap back. You'll be 5 minutes in, feeling a sense of peace, and then, bam, a thought about an overdue bill will slam into your awareness. In the past, you might have seen this as a failure. See, I can't do it. But now you know better. You can see the snap back for what it is: the salience network doing its job, a biological reflex. So, here is the final practice. Learn to embrace the snap back. When it happens, don't flinch or get frustrated. Instead, try to greet it with a little humor. Ah, there you are. The emergency broadcast system, right on schedule. See it as a wave. The moment of mind blanking is the trough, calm and deep. The snap back is the crest, a surge of energy. You can't stop the waves, but you can learn to surf. When the thought jolts back, simply acknowledge it. Okay, a thought about that email. Then, gently guide your attention back to your breath. What you'll discover is that the thought, once acknowledged, loses its power. The salience network, having done its job, will quiet down again. The wave will pass. The peace isn't found in stopping this loop. The peace is found in realizing you are not the loop. You are the one watching it. By befriending the snap back, you rob it of its jarring power. It's no longer an interruption, it's just part of the rhythm of your mind. And when you can ride that wave, you are no longer at the mercy of your brain's ancient fears. You are finally free. If you've made it this far, you're clearly ready to take on the silence. So, here's a challenge. Try the 5-minute silence challenge today. Just 5 minutes. Sit somewhere quiet, set a timer, and do nothing but observe the beautiful chaos of your own mind. Then, come back and let me know in the comments. What's the first thing your brain does when it gets quiet? Does it pull up a memory? A worry? A random song? I'm genuinely curious to see the patterns in our collective default mode networks. And of course, if this helped you understand your own brain a little better, please give it a like and subscribe for more journeys into the science of your mind. Conclusion: the fear of silence is a fundamental human experience. It's born from an ancient survival instinct, amplified by the noise of our modern world, and run by a complex dance of neural networks. Your brain isn't broken, It's running an old security protocol designed for a world that no longer exists. But understanding this program is the key to rewriting it. By recognizing the DMN's anxious chatter and the salience network's jarring snap-back for what they are, biological echoes, you can change your relationship with them. You can learn to see silence not as an empty void to be feared, but as rich, fertile ground for regeneration, creativity, and self-discovery. You don't need to silence your mind. You just need to be willing to listen to its quiet. Because that quiet is not empty space. It's the space where your brain heals, where your best ideas are born, and where you can finally meet yourself. Silence isn't empty. It's full of answers. You just have to be quiet enough to hear them.